Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the May 2nd, 2024 City Council meeting. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Carbasi.
Here.
And Council President Perea.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next is the invocation, which will be given by Tribal Elder Audrey Yo Wise Nuth Osborne from the Chion Numi Yokuts tribe. That'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld. Everyone, please stand.
I hate to put my back to you, but I'm going to have to. I ask that you all pray in your own way.
We're going to give you a mic right now.
I ask that you all pray in your own way, whatever your nation may be, whatever your spiritual path may be, pray in your own way. Because we're all here as human beings, all those that walk Mother Earth. We ask that you pray that the land that you're standing on. Tripni, Amat Lanaho Tripni, Tripni. We ask that we come here in a good way for all these people, for all that walk on our lands. We ask for blessings for all of you. We ask blessings for all the council members and the staff that work to make our city the good place that it is. We honor all of you. We honor our council today. We honor our people, our tribal people who have come here today to accept this blessing. We ask all of you, as you leave here, to leave in a good way and to remember why we are here. We are here for the murdered Indigenous women, persons that have left us, traveled on, not in a good way, but remember what that cause is. And if you don't know, look it up. We ask for blessings for all of you, for your families, as you walk Mother Earth. Heal.
City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda today?
Yes, I do have a few changes. First, I would like to announce that we have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom. And also, we do have an in-house Spanish translation team, and they will quickly announce what they can do for the audience.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jael. This is my colleague, Magdalena. We will be your Spanish-speaking interpreters today from Focus Interpreting. If you are in need of any interpretation services in Spanish, please look towards the back of the auditorium. That's where we will be, and we can provide you a headset, and we are more than happy to help.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Magdalena, soy intérprete de español con mi colega Yael. Estamos aquí para asistirles si requieren audífonos, podemos ayudarlos, estamos en la parte de atrás. Gracias, buen día.
Thank you. And as for changes to the agenda, corrections to be read into the record, ceremonial item 24-509 regarding a proclamation for International Workers' Day. Councilmember Arias has requested the proclamation title changed to Immigrant Workers' Day. And then on consent calendar item 2D, that is file ID 24574, regarding actions pertaining to the acceptance of grant funding from Fresno Unified School District. Councilmember Chavez has a financial interest in Fresno Unified School District, but pursuant to the government code does not have a conflict with item 2D. Items removed from the agenda. First up, we have the 9:15 hearing for consideration of text amendment application P23-01018 and related environmental finding, amending section 15-2009 of the Fresno Municipal Code. That item has been tabled to the next meeting on the 23rd, so that item will be moved to the 23rd. We also have the 9:20 a.m. timed item. That is consideration of an appeal related to zoning inquiry number P23-02357 for Bowers Towing. That item is being removed from the agenda by Councilmember Arias. And then we have the 5 p.m. item. That was the hearing on the proposed increases to residential solid waste service charges in accordance with Prop 218. Just a reminder that our 5 p.m. hearing has been renoticed and rescheduled to June 20th, 2024 at 5 p.m. For that reason, we will not take any comments at this time on that matter today. Then we have items moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. First off, 2B. That is file ID 24571, regarding the approval of appointment of Linda Calandra to the Planning Commission for a term ending June 30th, 2027. That has been moved to the contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 2C, that is file ID 24494, pertaining to a transportation art project maintenance agreement at San Pablo Park, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 2R, that is file ID 24-479, approve the renewal of the Fresno Police Department Annual Military Equipment Use Report as originally required by Assembly Bill 481. That has been moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. And last, I have consent calendar item 2S, that is file ID 24-517, actions pertaining to requirements contract for off-site hydrogen fuel, and that item has been moved to the contested consent by Council Vice President Carbasi. I have no further changes to the agenda.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? Councilmember Arias.
Council President, no further items to remove, but I do want to put on the record the withdrawal as it relates to the 920 item. I would like to remove the 920 item from the agenda as I have submitted a written withdrawal of my appeal. This would mean that the Planning Commission's determination dated September 26th of 2023 will be reinstated, and that 1, Bowers Towing is a legal non-conforming use and may continue to do business at its current location in the city of Fresno. 2, Bowers Towing is not currently in compliance with the city's prior planning development policy and procedure C-002, but it is my understanding that Bowers has been placed back on the city's police department's tow list and has an active contract with the city. In order for them to obtain the benefits of that contract, including any paving and grading requirements, must be met in accordance with the planning department's regulations. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Maxwell.
No changes, Council President.
Councilmember Chavez. City Clerk.
Yes, thank you. Sorry for that interruption. So as it relates to item 2V, the title of the item has been updated, and that title is now authorize the city manager to accept $9,300,000 in grant funding from the San Joaquin River Conservancy to be used for the River West project and execute all documents necessary for use of said funds unless the Conservancy has received an extension from the Department of Finance to expend the $9.3 million grant funds and indicates to the city in writing that it no longer necessitates the city to accept the funds, if which case the city shall no longer accept the funds, subject to mayor's veto. So that is the title for 2V as updated.
2V is in Victor.
V
Thank
is
you,
in
City
Victor.
Clerk.
Correct.
Councilmember Butterfield. Councilmember Esparza. Council Vice President Carbasi.
None, thank you.
And I have none as well. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So move.
Is there a second? I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any objections? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. Okay, we're going to move on to ceremonial presentations, which I believe most of you are here for. We are going to get started with a proclamation for Terry Cox Day in the city of Fresno.
See how much we love you? Flowers from the administration and the council in one day, and that doesn't happen.
Thank you so much.
Let me just start out by welcoming all of you to City Hall. I don't know that I've seen the council chambers packed with so much colorful attire as I have today from a variety of groups. And so thank you. And to all of you up there, thank you for coming out to City Hall today. So we have a number of proclamations, and I'm glad we get to begin with the first one. And it is for Terry Cox, who has been a longtime member of the city of Fresno. And I can tell you, when Terry worked in Council Member Soria's office, she was constantly reaching out to the administration to keep us on our toes. And finally we said, enough of this, we're going to hire her in the administration, and we're going to put her in the Planning Development Department as our first person, what we call a liaison or concierge service to builders in our community. And I have to say that Terry has done an incredible job. And the amount of work that she has done, the amount of assistance that she has provided to people to accelerate housing in our community has never occurred before. And so, Terry, you have been a godsend to the city, in many ways, but I appreciate you so very, very much. And I wish you would stay. Quite honestly, we offered her more money and she wouldn't take it. But I do really appreciate you, and your expertise and talent is going to be incredibly difficult to replace. So thank you for your years of service today.
Okay, so Terry, I believe you started out, you were chief of staff for former council member Dan Ronquillo.
Back a long time ago.
A minute ago. And then you were at the RDA. Correct. You had some pivotal roles with the Fresno Redevelopment Agency. And then you came back, as the mayor said, and you were chief of staff for council member Soria. And I believe you earned the title of the teacher of chief of staffs because you are a mentor to so many here within this building, and including myself. One of my first internships was with the Fresno RDA, and so Terry was my boss at one point. But just forever thankful for your mentorship and everything that you have done to leave a legacy here in City Hall. And I do have a fun fact that I want to share. So your family's here, right? Let's go ahead and invite them up. And while they come up here, we do have a fun fact to share, and that is that your family rescues animals. And I believe you have 2 pit bulls and 18 cats. All right. So Terry, if retirement doesn't work out for you, if you get bored, I think we have a spot at the animal center for you to come and. Like I said, Terry, you're leaving a legacy here at the city, and I'm just forever grateful for your mentorship and your friendship. I'm going to pass the mic to my colleague.
We are losing a lot of institutional knowledge at City Hall. Annalisa kind of talked about some of the roles that Terry has been in over the last 30 plus years. For those of you that don't know, Terry started working for the city of Fresno the year I started kindergarten. She was 7 years chief of staff for Dan Ronquillo, 8 years in the redevelopment agency, 2 years at PG&E, 7 years as chief of staff for Councilmember Soria, and 2 years in planning and development. That is a lot of knowledge here at City Hall. When I started working here at City Hall in 2019, and my head was still spinning around because there's a lot to learn around here, Terry was always extremely kind to me in a very difficult time. I think we actually met because we were capturing stray cats behind City Hall. And I think that's how we met. And we bonded ever since. I don't know if there's anybody at City Hall that likes cats more than me except Terry. We bonded quickly over that, but she has always been a good friend to me. And then when I became a council member, my head was still spinning because I was still learning all kinds of stuff. And Terry was always very kind, allowing me into her office and sharing the knowledge that she had accumulated over 30 years with me. And I think it made me a better staffer and a better council member. And I think you made a lot of people at City Hall better at what they do, Terry. And thank you for being a mentor, and thank you for being a friend to me. That means a lot. Thank you.
So I started my career at City Hall on the City Council side, and I worked for then City Councilman Gary Bredefeld, and Terry was working for Councilmember Ronquillo. And so we spent a lot of time together in the trenches, and anyway, I learned a lot from her as well, and have watched her proceed through this organization and continue to gain experience and add value to the team as a whole, whether it be on the city council side or the administration. And when we envisioned creating a new position up in planning and development, a liaison position to help unstick critical projects that sometimes get stick because they're a little complicated, the first person that came to mind was Terry Cox. I thought nobody knows this building better and the inner workings of City Hall and all of the departments and all of the functions better than Terry Cox. So in my mind, the project liaison position will forever be known as the Terry Cox position, because that is how I refer to it when people don't know. I'm like, it's the Terry Cox position, it's the Terry Cox position. So even when you're gone, I'm going to still refer to it as the Terry Cox position, because you made it what it is, and that position has turned out to be an amazing resource for people in the city of Fresno. So Terry, thank you so much for all of your dedication and commitment to the city of Fresno. It's been amazing. You have given and given and given, and we appreciate you. So congratulations. I know you're still around and a phone call away, and you've said that, so we appreciate that. So congratulations.
Okay, so we also have certificates from Assemblywoman Esmeralda Soria, as well as Senator Alex Padilla. Terry, I'm going to give you the mic to say a few words.
Thank you. No, I just want to thank everybody. The opportunity working at City Hall I feel I've grown just in all of the opportunities and the people I've met. It's really hard to go into Fresno now and not run into somebody that has some way interacted with me over the years. And it's a very rewarding feeling to just know that I've put my efforts into making the community a little bit better. And I love it, and I will continue to do it whether, don't listen, whether I'm paid or not, I will continue. But yeah, again, thank you so much. And I appreciate it. And this is also much. I'm not usually somebody up front. I like to be behind, but thank you very much.
Okay, we have this proclamation for you, Terry. City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
With pleasure. Whereas Terry Cox has devoted a distinguished career to serving the residents of the city of Fresno. Her remarkable journey began on August 1st, 1996, when her tenacity secured her a position with former council member Dan Ronquillo, and she served as his chief of staff for 7 years. Subsequently, she transitioned to roles as a project manager and management analyst 3 for the city's redevelopment agency, dedicating 8 years to this endeavor. And we commend not only her professional contributions, but also her extensive community service, notably on the Central Unified Board of Trustees for 20 years, including multiple terms as president. Additionally, she has been an integral part of various committees serving the city of Fresno, and her personal life is equally admirable, having found her life partner Kevin of 47 years in a high school driver's training class. Together, they have raised 3 adult sons and are blessed with these 3 beautiful grandchildren. And whereas Terry has earned the respect of many through her exemplary work over the past several years, and we wish her the very best as she embarks on the retirement journey. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Council President Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry Dyer, Council Member Tyler Maxwell, and City Council hereby proclaim May 2nd, 2024 to be Terry Cox Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Terry.
I don't know. Those are Annalisa's. I'm not sure what those are.
Up next, we have the proclamation honoring Sam Frank Day in the city of Fresno. Come on up, Sam.
Pueden subir.
Thank you, Sam. Okay, so this is another bittersweet proclamation we're doing for another member of our family who's retiring.
Es
For the,
otra pues, proclamación dulce que está haciendo para otro miembro de nuestra familia que está jubilando.
We'll get that fixed up for you in just a
Thank you,
jiff.
clerk.
Thank you, clerk.
For those who don't know, Sam did start his career in 1990 as a utility service representative and quickly worked his way up the ladder because of his dedication and tireless advocacy for the employees here in the city of Fresno. And it was through that advocacy that led you to the top at the Fresno City Employees Association, where Sam has consistently shown his value and has been a fearless leader fighting for the betterment of his members. I've seen it firsthand the short time I've been here at the city, Sam, and so thank you for setting an example of what it means to stick up for our employees here at the city. They are better off because you were leading them, and thank you for your friendship. I've only been here for a short amount of time, but during that time, it's been an honor to getting to know you and your wife. So I'm going to pass the mic on to Council Vice President Carbasi.
Well, Sam, I can piggyback off what Tyler said. I was in elementary school when you started the city of Fresno, so. But, really, I'm so grateful for your service. You have done a great job not only working for the city of Fresno, but as an advocate for the workers under FCEA. And I remember, especially with the dispatchers, that was our last big fight, I recall, and working with the administration to put them on par, making them the best paid in the valley. Our first meeting, you remember that, Sam? Yeah. That was great. Sometimes you meet someone and you just connect, and you were always such a very fair-minded person. You listened a lot, which I think was what made you a great president of FCEA. And you are absolutely going to be missed. It's not going to be the same, that's for sure. But truly, I'm grateful. And can we keep him a little bit longer? Is that possible? Oh, she's okay with that. Done deal. Okay, done deal.
I said you can have them.
Okay. But seriously, Sam, thank you so much for your service to this community. It made a lasting difference. So, Council Member Maxwell.
I thought Terry worked here a long time until I read your proclamation, Sam. I wasn't born yet. Just a lot of institutional knowledge. I mean, really, it is a bittersweet moment for our city. How many folks did you represent at FCEA, Sam?
806.
806 employees this guy has been fighting for as the president of the Fresno City Employees Association. When I first ran for office in 2019, I met Sam over a cup of coffee at the IHOP across the street, and it was just immediately apparent to me how much he cared about the people that work to serve our city, that make our city a better place each and every single day, and took the time to educate me on the issues facing our city and our employees. And I'd like to say we've been friends ever since, and takes more meetings at Churrasco Grill nowadays than IHOP. But Sam, you've been a fierce advocate for the city and its employees, and you've been a tremendous friend of mine. Thank you for everything that you've done for our city, and wish you the best of luck. Take Josie on all those trips you promised her over the years. You got time to do it now. Hand it over to the mayor.
Thank you. It is my honor also to be with the city manager recognizing somebody that's more than the president of the FCEA, more than a city employee, but a friend. And I mean that. I had the privilege of working with Sam during my time in the police department when I was a police chief, because he represented so many of the members of the Fresno Police Department, from community service officers, dispatchers, those who work in records, the clerks, etc. And no one, and I want everyone to know, no one fights harder for employees than Sam Franks. And he is the first one to step up during budget times to make sure that all of his employees are taken care of. Same with contract negotiations. But I'll also say this: he's somebody that's easy to work with and is very fair and reasonable in his approach. And so I think that's what I appreciate so much with you. And I knew when I was running for mayor, you needed to get Sam Frank's endorsement for FCEA, for Fresno City Employees Association. And fortunately, I did. And I'm grateful for that, and will always be indebted to you, Sam, for your friendship and for your support. Thank you. Congratulations. And I know he's staying on as a business agent, I believe, for FCEA, so we're still going to be dealing with him in the future. I believe that is. Maybe I let the cat out of the bag too soon, but I do that often anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I don't want to repeat what's already been said, so I'll just give a different perspective. I've had the pleasure of serving on the City Employees Health and Welfare Board with Sam, me as a management member and him as a labor representative. And Sam has always, he's such a thoughtful person. He really, really listens and really listens to what the information is and is always considering, right, the effects of his membership on the decisions that get made. So in that room, when we're talking about health and welfare, he's also a student. When it comes to digging in and doing the work and doing research and trying to understand different policies and maybe changing policies, he's always the first to volunteer to be on a subcommittee, which is a lot of work to really dig in and understand complicated issues. So I've always appreciated that of Sam. I've had the opportunity to attend a conference with him in our capacities as trustees. And once again, just always such a gentleman and very thoughtful and considerate of everybody in every room. So thank you, Sam. Appreciate all of your effort. Josie, enjoy your travel. Hopefully that it continues to occur. So congratulations, Sam.
First and foremost, I want to thank everybody for who lives in Fresno, because it's the people of the city who have believed in Fresno and have put their blood, sweat, and tears into Fresno and raised their families in Fresno that gave me my position. And as a utility service rep, I was part of a process that delivered clean water to people's homes and got trash processed and wastewater and everything else, which is critical to a community. But more than that, it was the people doing the job that really touched my heart. And so when I was asked by Andy Walls, who was with the union, to get involved and become part of that, I did. Not that there was money involved or self-promotion or anything like that. It was just I was curious and I was interested in in that aspect of it, in employment being more than just money in your pocket, and being more of a commitment to a community and a process. And I want to thank the city for that, the opportunity of the job, but also I want to thank my coworkers for the opportunity to be a part of a great association. Which, as an employee union, really dedicates themselves through coworkers who volunteer to be a part of that process, and really have over the years just made the job better and made the city better. And yeah, sometimes I keep the administration on their toes, and council people too, but at the same time, I only do it so that we can get a better result. And sometimes everybody needs a sounding board. And I've always, been more than happy to be that sounding board. And so I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank my coworkers, my wife, Josephine, who's been wonderful. And she said, "They pay you how much?" And I said, "They don't pay me." And she said, "Why are you doing this?" And I said, I'm doing it for my coworkers and the people I believe in. But I think that Josie, when we're in church and we're in prayerful thought, and I think she understands that I do this because deep inside I felt a calling to do it. And I see the realization of that now. I just want to cut it short by saying that hopefully there's more to come. I've yet to get that vote from the board. I'm going to make a proposal to stay on as a business manager, business agent, and continue to do what I do, but be able to have more hours to do it. And I've got a well-trained crew. I want to thank them, and one of them gets to step up and get promoted. So I know they're all happy that I'm retiring. So with that, I just want to say thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Once again, congratulations, Sam. City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation into the record?
With pleasure. Whereas in 1990, Sam was employed by the City of Fresno as a Utility Service Representative, USR. His duties included managing water services and conducting property inspections for utilities. Recognized for his dedication, Sam received the Employee of the Quarter Award 3 times. In 2005, after 15 years as a USR, he was promoted to Senior Utility Service Representative. That same year, he married Josephine Frank, whose unwavering support has been pivotal throughout his career. And whereas, while serving as FCEA president in 2000, he spearheaded efforts to extend benefits to the domestic partners of City of Fresno employees, recognizing the need for inclusivity at the time when same-sex marriage was not legally recognized. Drawing from his relationship within the LGBTQ+ community, Sam initiated discussions with the administration and FCEA members, ultimately achieving success in expanding benefits to include domestic partners. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Council President Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and City Council do hereby honor and recognize Sam Frank for his 34 years of service to the City of Fresno, and do hereby proclaim May 2nd, 2024 to be Sam Frank Day in the City of Fresno.
The next proclamation is going to be the Immigrant Workers Day, and this is sponsored by Councilmember Arias.
Before we start on this resolution, can you all join me in one moment to say happy birthday to our mayor? You want to come up here, Mayor? Let's sing you happy birthday before everybody leaves the room. The mayor and I disagree on about 99% of all things in the city, but we do get along and we do move the city forward. So you want to join me? Or we'll keep the mic to this guy here in the front row. You want to share? Start to sing along. Yes, he does.
1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, El Jefe. Happy birthday to you. Bless me.
In honor of all the immigrants today, feliz cumpleaños, Mayor. As many of you know, I'm a first-generation immigrant, born in Michoacan, Mexico, and immigrated to this country when I was a child, and spent my youth working in the fields, harvesting the crops for our Central Valley, like many of the immigrants in this community. Fresno is a place where the immigrant community is vibrant, is strong, and is diverse. Across the street, where Trustee Davis serves on the Fresno Unified School Board, more than 70 languages are spoken in that district alone, from immigrants across the world. Fresno is home to large populations of our Laotian, our Hmong, immigrant communities, our Mexican, Salvadorian, most recently Ukrainian immigrant communities. We are a place that's very welcoming, very inclusive, very diverse. Even our immigrants from our Palestinian and Israeli communities. And with that, it's important for me personally and as a policymaker to reinforce the fact that this community, this city, the fifth largest city in the state, the largest city in the Central Valley, where the backbone of our economy is agriculture, where many of our immigrant communities get their start, that we celebrate immigrant workers, because that has become the engine that fuels this economy and this community. And all of us, as you know, as immigrants, are guests here to the indigenous people that were here way before any of us. So thank you for everyone to be here, and thank you for the coalition led today, who are bringing attention to the immigrant workers and their struggles and their role in our community. With that, Mr. Leon Flores.
Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, Mayor, and all the city councils. Thank you for these proclamations. As we know, since 2006, when the Congress wants to criminalize undocumented people, we start, raise our voices. Right here in front of the Fresno City Council, almost 15,000 people meet to tell the Congress, we are not criminals, we are workers. So since then, each year on May 1st, we come together to celebrate and also to ask changes. We meet for the first time with Jerry Dyer, when he's chief, before 2001, and thanks Jerry Dyer to help us, and to recognize our work and to recognize our rights, to live here in Fresno. But also in the future, Miguel, and the City Council, we want to ask the Congress to pass an immigration reform, or to ask Biden to make an executive order to give us our permits or our residence and our citizenship in the future. Thousands like me, I couldn't see my mom when she died. I couldn't see my brother when he died of COVID. Thousands of hundreds of thousands of immigrants, they can go back to Mexico to visit their family. So it's time that Congress pass an immigration reform. And thank you, Miguel, for all your support. And I want to ask Stan Santos, our liaison with the CLC, Central Labor Council. I want to thank him and all of you, all organizations here, to support the immigrants' rights movement.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not here representing the Central Labor Council. I'm the executive board, and the executive board endorsed the march and has given a donation to support the efforts, because we recognize that the generations that are here and the generations to come mostly came from so many other places, and that's the diverse mosaic that is Fresno. And it's really gratifying to see that in the audience we have members of the Hmong community, we have Native Americans, we have Raza, people from all over. And this is really great, because this is what the face of Fresno is going to look like. And it's our children. Like, I appreciate Miguel saying those words, because my wife is from Guanajuato, and so my son is the first generation. And you'll see that these moments are important. We should try to remember them, because it'll hopefully be a positive turning point. We're not there yet. We got a long ways to go, so don't sit down. It's not time to sit down. We still got to get up, march, and fight. We have to really fight for our rights. Thank you.
Thank you. And we say, we march. If we march and we vote, we win.
Thank you, City Clerk. Would you read the resolution?
Happily. Whereas the Coalition Primero de Mayo has been a source of inspiration in Fresno, rallying the community in the ongoing struggle for workers' rights, immigrant justice, and social equality. And whereas the annual May 1st March in downtown Fresno, coordinated by Coalition Primero de Mayo, organizes hundreds of people each year to commemorate International Workers' Day, advocate for workers worldwide, and raise awareness about pressing issues affecting our community. And in recent years, the focus of the march has expanded and evolved to encompass immigration issues due to the many issues undocumented workers face, advocating and promoting access to healthcare, education, housing, labor, and environmental rights. And whereas Coalition Primero de Mayo's efforts extend beyond the march, engaging in year-round community outreach, education, and advocacy initiatives. Now, therefore, be it resolved, we, the Fresno City Council and Mayor Jerry Dyer, do hereby proclaim the 1st of May 2024 as Immigrant Workers' Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Up next, we have the proclamation for May 2024 as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Month. This one is sponsored by Councilmember Chavez.
Good morning. I said good morning. I know you guys are awake. First of all, welcome to City Hall. I think for me, whenever people ask me and I go elsewhere and they say, what do you love about the city of Fresno? I always say the people. And right now here today, we are all here as one people. When the mayor talks about one Fresno, this is what one Fresno to me looks like. And the purpose of today's proclamation that we will be presenting to our Native American community today is, one, it's a recognition of the previous injustices that happened to the original inhabitants of this people. We know that the federal government has done their part and issued a formal apology. We know that the state of California has done their part and offered a formal apology. And we know that we still have work to do at the local level. And we see that more recently when you still have certain folks that perceive and want to even use derogatory terms on associating geographical parts of our community towards our folks. But we know that that's also being rejected. And that's really the purpose of today, to one, recognize, honor you, but also tell you that City Hall wants to be your voice. They want you to be at the table and take part in a lot of these decisions that are important to our community. So today, we're gonna focus on one of the biggest issues in our Indigenous community, which is the missing and murdered Indigenous people that we have here. And a little bit of stats that I can share with you is that if you're an Indigenous woman, you are twice as likely to be assaulted in the United States. 67% of those assaults that happen are not from members of their own community. They're from outside the community, perpetrators that do that. So we want to also codify today, and I'm going to call up, Ashley, if we could have our tribal leaders come up as well and come on up and recognize that today will be the proclamation, but it'll also be the beginning of a conversation, bringing City Hall to our Indigenous community here in the city of Fresno. Come up here, Elder Audrey. So with that, I want to give an opportunity to our tribal leader, Audrey, to say a few words. Thank you for leading us in prayer this morning, and we would love to hear from you a little bit more on this issue.
Thank you all, and many thanks to City Council and Chavez for allowing us to be here and honoring our people in this way. But the stats are true. They cannot be erased. They cannot be lied about. We have been walking this Mother Earth for generations, long, long time. Many of our sacred sites predate the Bible. I come from east of Fresno, the Choctaw people, where our sites are dated 6,000 and above years old, sacred sites. So I don't have to tell you a history that you already know has been here. But as we move forward in our lives, we have to acknowledge what is going on in our communities, nationwide, with what is happening with the murdered Indigenous people, women of our country. I'm so grateful and honored to be here, to have just a small opportunity to talk about this, because it is a subject that not many want to talk about. I am so proud of the city of Fresno for acknowledging this in your community, because we are a community. Our community is made up of many Indigenous people. And we are very proud that our city council and Chavez has brought this to the forefront for us, and that this will open up minds and hearts to let people know that this is happening. And it will keep happening until we have a voice to make it stop. Thank you. Thank you, Audrey. 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 Thank you,
hidit hoyosh nim Darlene Franco, nata Inyana Wukchumni, nim Noam, Don Martha, Yannicka Wilcox Taplaris, dim Chucha Beatrice Lolman Salset Wilcox, Yonim Chucha Noam, Minnie Miguel Francisco. My name is Darlene Franco. I'm from the Wukchumni people in Visalia, and I'm very thankful and honored to be here, and very thankful for all of our people that showed up today to honor our MMIW, the proclamation that is here being presented today. My father was an immigrant from the Philippine Islands, so I'm very thankful to hear that previous proclamation in recognition of the people who traveled throughout California, harvesting the food and providing food for people all over the world. My mother was from this area, and I'm proud to say that I'm a survivor of the California Holocaust that happened here in California. From the early days of the missions, where they tried to convert and tried to take away our culture and identity, throughout the years of boarding schools, where my mother is a survivor of the boarding schools, where they tried to kill the Indian, save the man, was their motto. And then also the gold rush days, when gold was discovered here in California, and where there was bounties put on our heads. We're a miracle that we stand here before you. We're a miracle. We're survivors. Our people were resilient. So the issue of the missing, murdered Indigenous people is an issue, and it is a current issue. Our people go missing every day, and they are not looked for. They are not searched for. They are not put at the top as a priority to find out what happened and where are they. So we stand here before you in honor of the people that survived, the people that didn't survive, and for all of us still here that are still mourning and that are still fighting for the rights of our people. Thank you for being here. I brought my niece here, Gracie, in our traditional outfit. She danced this morning in honor of our ancestors, the spirits of this land, and this is for our future, is why we're doing these fights. But the reason my mother did it, my grandmother did it, and all of our people. So thank you.
Teresa. My name is Teresa Barrios. I'm Tachiyokit tribal member, elder. I standing here with the ladies today because I guess I'd say I'm a survivor of the MMIW in Arizona back in the 80s. I was coming home and to get on a train, and some guy tried to pick me up. He opened his door and tried to get me in his car, and I ran. I went back till he had to drive forward, but he came around the block, and I took off running, but I made it to some people that I told him I don't know who he was chasing me. So long story short, he left, I was safe, I'm here today, and I wonder, all the time, like what happens to them, ladies or men or whoever's missing out there, because that could have been me, who knows what would have happened. And so this is a good cause and a good thing for the Native Americans to be here, to have something for people to recognize, and let's keep it going, keep them remembered, Oh, thank you.
So we do just want to invite all our community members to stand with us as we receive this proclamation. My name is Ashley Crisal Rojas. I'm the co-director with Indigenous Justice, an organization founded by Morningstar Gali of Pit River Nation. And we come to Fresno after being in Pit River with our relatives there, fighting for justice, being in Round Valley, fighting for justice, and last night being at the Capitol for the second annual MMIP Vigil. We're so grateful to be here with you all today. We do this in honor of Bessie Renee Walker, Western Band of Mono Indians, the Big Sandy Rancheria, and all our relatives lost but never forgotten. The missing and murdered Indigenous women and relatives crisis is worsened by the fact that Indigenous women and girls disproportionately face violence. According to the National Institute of Justice, 84% of Indigenous women report experiencing sexual, physical, psychological violence during their lifetime, with 56.1% who have experienced sexual violence. Furthermore, murder is the third cause of death for Native American women and girls ages 12 to 24. MMIWR is also rooted in patriarchy, misogyny, racism, and sexual objectification, exploitative resource extraction, and settler colonialism in our communities. According to the 2019 Sovereign Bodies Institute, California is the 5th highest MMIWR in the country. In Fresno, our tribal and intertribal communities gather for justice, for safety, and for change, and to say no more stolen sisters. And so we'll all together, we'll say Bessie Walker's name. So 1, 2, 3. Bessie Walker.
Say her name.
Bessie Walker. Say her name. Bessie Walker. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Ashley. Clerk, if you could please read the proclamation.
Certainly. Whereas the City of Fresno acknowledges the disproportionate rates of victimization of Native Americans and all Indigenous women, girls, and relatives, including those in urban Indian communities, from domestic and sexual violence. And whereas Bessie Renee Walker, Big Sandy Rancheria of Western Mono Indians, was missing for 18 days when she was found murdered on August 21st, 2021, at the age of 27. Bessie was a beloved community member, an active mother, and good relative. Bessie's case is still unsolved, and she is not forgotten. Organizations dedicated to documenting and monitoring missing and murdered Indigenous women and relatives, such as Indigenous Justice, continue to face challenges with institutions in local jurisdictions, record-keeping and cooperation, including the Fresno Sheriff Department, and specifically in the case of Bessie Walker. And now therefore be it resolved that the City of Fresno will enter into discussions with local Native American organizations. Central Valley Native American tribes is recognized as belonging to this region, including but not limited to Yokuts, Mono, Choinumni, Chukchansi, Dumna, Waksachi, Wakchumni, and Tachi. Local and regional tribal organizations and urban Indian organizations, including but not limited to FAIHP, Indigenous Justice, North Fork Rancheria Tribal TANF, and Owens Valley Career Development Center to develop recommendations for local and Indigenous victim advocacy services, local and tribal justice responses in accordance with California SB 1314 Feather Alert in 2022, including coordination of responses to reports of missing Indigenous persons, identify and implement solutions to strengthen the safety, health, and well-being of Indigenous women, and prioritizing prevention, community investment, and cultural revitalization within the City of Fresno boundaries. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim May to be permanently designated as Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Relatives Awareness Month in the City of Fresno, and hereby permanently designate May 5th to be proclaimed honoring Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Day of Action in the City of Fresno.
Manahu, Nadieta Matthew Munoz. I'm the Tribal Council Secretary for Big Sandy Rancheria, and I would just like to say it is an honor here to be here today in front of everyone and all of our people to actually have some representative and the City Council of acknowledging this day as a very important day for all of our people, not just Big Sandy, but everybody and all of our people, all my relations. Oh.
Thank you.
You did awesome with all your pronunciations.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Up next, we have the proclamation for National Police Week and Peace Officers Memorial Day. This is sponsored by Councilmember Bredefield.
Well, this one's working. You know, we get to honor great people like we're doing here today, and this adds to that. We get to honor the people that really make us all safe. And every day, get up, put on a uniform, never knowing what's going to happen, what they're going to face. And that's our heroes, our Fresno police officers. We're recognizing them because I believe it's May 12th is Police Memorial Day in the nation. And May 12th through May 18th is Fresno Police Week. We're not meeting that week, so we want to honor them today. And again, this Fresno City Council, this mayor, we respect, admire, and we love our police officers. They do a job that is very difficult, it's very challenging, and without them, we simply would not have a safe community. They, of course, are led by our great police chief, Paco Balderrama. We also have, I believe, the FPOA president. There he is, Brandon Y. Miller. Honorary guard, we have our deputy chief, Mindy Casto, and just they represent our great police officers. So we want to recognize them today for all the great work that they do. And again, this Fresno City Council is always fully supportive of our police, were when they were being challenged 4 years ago. And even in difficult times, we stood with them, and we always will stand with them. And with that, I want to pass it to our mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. You know, I had the honor and the privilege of being able to wear this uniform for over 40 years. And I do mean that. It was an honor and a privilege. And I know at times when a police officer makes a bad decision or crosses a line anywhere in the nation, unfortunately, it taints the entire profession. But it should never taint that profession, because we have men and women that go out there every single day, put their life on the line. I know how hard the job is. I've been out there and I've served, and I've got to watch firsthand how difficult and dangerous the job is. I've spent many, many nights in hospitals with family members of police officers wondering whether or not their loved one was going to make it through the night. And I'll always have a deep respect for our police officers, whether they're in Fresno or across this nation, because I believe they have the most difficult job that there is, and it is an honorable profession. So my privilege to be able to stand here today with them and with the council as we recognize them on this very, very special day.
Yeah, no, I'll add to what my colleagues and the mayor have just said. I mean, really, we can't recognize our folks enough, our police department. They're working day in, day out. Doesn't matter what hour of the day, you see them in every corner of the city. And on behalf of our residents in my district, and I'm sure throughout the city, we appreciate your service.
Yeah, Fresno, California is very much a law enforcement community. We have a deep respect and appreciation and reverence for our law enforcement officials here in the city of Fresno. And a lot of professions where you're asked to put your life on the line each and every single day. And I could tell you, as a council member that represents District 4, we really represent what you have done for East Central Fresno as far as, and the whole city, to be frank. I mean, you guys are out there in our neighborhoods each and every single day making folks feel safe. It's noticed and it's appreciated. And we really, really appreciate what you guys do for our community. Chief, you know, you've been on for just a little over 3 years now. You've made a tremendous difference in that time that you've been on. And Brandon, working with FPOA and having you guys at our community events and making that presence to families and children has gone a long ways in building those ties in the community, and really appreciate everything that you guys do.
I'll just quickly add that in a moment of need for me, you guys had my back. You were there for me swiftly. And so you will forever have my support. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Chief, for the work you do for our police department. Matter of fact, I was just out there at the Southeast Division. They always love barbecue for our officers. But just give them a big thank you. All our folks that are doing great work across the city. Appreciate that.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Councilman Bredefeld for bringing this item forward. And this is very important. But I especially want to thank our chief and the officers that work for you. It's not just about what the officers do. Their families are very invested. And I can tell you that in the 5 years I've been a council member, I've been incredibly impressed by the character of the Fresno Police Department in this community. I came in at a very difficult time for policing in America. I saw our officers out there feeding protesters, protecting their rights, at the same time upholding the law. And you continue to do that to this very day. We have a lot of challenges in our community, but you have been able to reduce through hard work violent crime in this town, and that makes a big difference, and you absolutely save lives. And to the members of FPOA and to their leadership, thank you so much for everything that you do. It really personally means a lot to me, having grown up here, to see other cities may be different, but in Fresno, we have a very different kind of policing. We love our community, and you absolutely serve, and you make our job very easy. It's easy to be proud of you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much for recognizing the police department. As you alluded to earlier, May is the month that we recognize those who have sacrificed their lives across the country. Later on this month, we're going to send some team members from our Honor Guard to Police Week in Washington, D.C., so we can honor those who have died this past year. This week was particularly sobering, where on, I believe it was Monday or late Sunday night, we had 4 police officers who were killed in Charlotte, North Carolina. Just last week, I was with the chief, Johnny Jennings, at a tech conference, one of the nicest, best leaders in the country, and sent him a text message of condolence. But it's always a reminder that this job is dangerous, that protecting our community, does come with its risks, not only on the job, but for the first time in history, the last 3 years, we're actually losing more police officers to mental health issues and suicide compared to in the line of death issues. So thank you very much for recognizing the sacrifices that police officers make and their families. I really want to thank every member in this room from the community. To me, it's really encouraging that some of our most supportive community members are those immigrant communities. Representatives from the AAPI community, Native American community, Hmong community, Laotian, I could go on and on and on, a Mexican American community. They're amongst some of the most supportive to law enforcement probably because they need us and they appreciate us the most. And then I also want to thank the members in the back. Members from my Metro Bike team that are here on city council days to keep order, to protect the community. And that's why we do what we do. This morning, and by the way, this afternoon, we are going to have the memorial over at Fresno County, over in the park, pre-scheduled. But this morning had the pleasure of having various groups from all types of faith come down to City Hall, come down to the police department, and in front of the sheriff's office to pray for us, because they understand how difficult the leadership is, not just for the heads, but for people like Deputy Chief Casto, who really does all the work. But thank you so much for the proclamation. Thank you for recognizing the work that we do, and I think every council member here is correct that here in Fresno things are different. Don't let Councilmember Arias fool you. He's one of the biggest supporters behind closed doors, because he also wants a safe community, and he routinely votes for purchasing and other items to keep us afloat. So thank you.
I'm a public supporter too, but both for support and accountability.
Thank you. And I just want to say a few words before the clerk reads the proclamation. We always hear about return on investment. If we're going to invest in the police department, what are we getting in return? And that's a fair question. We've added, this council and myself have added 88 police officers over the last 3 years. And so what is that return on investment at the end of this last year? Murders were reduced by 42%. That's 35 families that did not have to bury a loved one. Shootings were reduced by 18%, violent crime by 10%. And when you think about people that are breaking into homes, There was a 25% reduction in residential burglaries and a 44% reduction in commercial burglaries. And so I would say we had an incredible return on investment thanks to this police department. So with that.
Brandon, do you have any words, Brandon?
Thank you. Thank you, Gary. I can't overstate enough the value of the support of a governing board of a city and the relationship you have with your police. We've seen it play out in support reducing crime, but as we looked across the nation, we saw other cities suffering in great ways and falling apart when our city wasn't, because of the support we have from the administration and the council. So thank you very much. I do want to say this afternoon we are having our Police Officers Memorial in Courthouse Park. We have the unfortunate honor of adding a name to that memorial. Officer Gonzalo Carrasco was murdered in the line of duty. He was over the moon to be a dad, and he never got to meet his child, and his child will never know his father. So we always should remember those sacrifices, and for all of my men and women, my brothers and sisters who put on this badge every day, I'm so proud to represent you. I'm so proud to be a part of you. And for those who have finished your journey and are enjoying retirement, and for those who are still working, from the newest guy all the way up to the chief standing here, this proclamation belongs to you. So thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank all of you, also your Vice President Jeff LeBlue with FPOA, and Deputy Chief Castro doesn't want to speak, so we'll pass that on. Thank you to the Honor Guard for being here, and thank you all. Would you read the proclamation, Clerk?
Certainly. Whereas the Mayor and City Council of Fresno acknowledge the sacrifices made by the men and women of law enforcement in Fresno County who lost their lives in service to its citizens, and to the ceremony in their honor celebrated at 12 noon, Thursday, May 2nd, 2024, in Fresno County Courthouse Park. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their police department, and that members of the Fresno Police Department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. And the men and women of the Fresno Police Department unceasingly provide a vital public service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Council of the City of Fresno, do hereby call upon the citizens of Fresno and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of Sunday, May 12th through Saturday, May 18th, 2024 as National Police Week, with appropriate ceremonies and observances in which all our people may join in commemorating law enforcement officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered and dedicated service to the communities, in so doing have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. Be it further resolved that we call upon all citizens of Fresno to observe Thursday, May 2nd, 2024, as Peace Officer Memorial Day in Fresno, to honor those law enforcement officers who through their courageous deeds have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to their community or have become disabled in the performance of duty, and let us recognize and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes.
Okay, up next we have the proclamation for Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. This proclamation is sponsored by Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to invite our friends from the Fresno Center and the community at large to join me up front here. Come on down. We have with us roughly 55 guests, I think, today, roughly. we're going to play Tetris. Give us a moment here.
Ni shara shola na pe shona te ya pe jani ja zi ja ku ja ti ja ning ja cha shara dishina. I'd like to invite all of the AA and HPI folks in our community to also join us here on stage. I think with us today is our Hmong, Lao, Khmer, Vietnamese, Chinese, Japanese, Filipino, and Pacific Islanders and Hawaiian communities. I'd like to invite all of you to join us here with Council Member Nelson Esparza. At the same time, Council, I don't want to hijack the mic, but I'd like to have our two Miss Hmong join me right here. And I'd like to invite all the remaining council members to also join us. We have a little gift for you, as well as the folks that are sitting at the diocese, the assistant city manager, the city clerk, the city attorney, the mayor, and then the chief assistant attorney. Can you guys also join us? We have a little gift from our AAPI community for you. Can you guys come up here, please? All right, Amy, could you? This is we call it a pamalai, but it's a gift from our community to you to show friendship and love, and most important, unity. Even though the proclamation was sponsored by Nelson Esparza, I believe that in the hearts of all of you, you also are sponsoring this proclamation for our community as well. And I want to have you guys join us. And with us from our community are our AAPI community leaders, our elders, our clan leaders, and then our veterans as well that are with us today here at City Hall. And Nelson, just want to thank you for sponsoring this opportunity. And so that you guys know, the Fresno Center is in Nelson's district. That's why Nelson took on the challenge and championed this proclamation. There are 24 million AAPI that lives here in the city, in the United States. In this county, there's over 100,000 of us, and in the city of Fresno, there are over 75,000 AAPI members that live here, and there's only a few of us that were able to make it today. We'd love to invite everybody here, but there's only so many seats at City Hall. I'll turn the mic back to you.
All right, hey, we little backwards, but it's perfect. It's perfect. I appreciate you taking charge. It really is. It's my pleasure to be here with all of you and my colleagues as well. They all went back up. Okay, well they're down here as well. But every year since 1992, the month of May has been designated as AAPI Heritage Month, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And we're proud to carry on that tradition here in the city of Fresno to honor and recognize the AAPI community. And this year's proclamation is being given to the Fresno Center, and they're receiving it on behalf of the entire community for their service to our city and county's residents at large. So we can go ahead and give them a round of applause again. The Fresno Center was founded in 1991, and Powell, you've been at the helm since about 17 now? 2017? 2017. Time flies. Time flies. Really does go by very quickly. And there are a lot of great organizations in our city, but we're biased because we have Fresno Center in our district, and we get to see up front, close and personal, all the work that they are doing. We get to be part of the work that they're doing. Very appreciative of their inclusiveness. And you notice that we're celebrating AAPI Heritage Month, right? And I think a cornerstone of the Fresno Center is just how very inclusive they are. We're not celebrating just the Southeast Asian community, but again, the community very much at large. And I think, again, that speaks to your inclusiveness. And so we really cannot think of a better recipient to receive this proclamation this month on the behalf of the community than yourselves. I'm not going to hog the mic too much. I do want to pass it back to Powell and whoever else wanted to speak from within the group. As you can see, this is very much a priority We take a lot of pride in our community, and the folks who showed up here today, I think, reflect that commitment.
Thank you, Nelson. I'm going to turn the mic over to the highest ranking AAPI elected official in the city of Fresno, and that is Trustee Valerie Davis. I'll have you speak on our behalf first.
Good morning. I want to thank God for giving me this opportunity to be here today, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude for the opportunity to speak about what it means to be a proud Filipino, Hawaiian, Asian American, Pacific Island woman. My dad was first generation born here. We were raised to respect, honor, and never shame our family. We learned the importance of taking care of our elders. These lessons we've carried throughout our lives and the values we pass down, ask my grandchildren. Being AAPI means being part of a beautiful mosaic of cultures, tradition, and history. Representing this group is not something I take lightly. As the clerk of Fresno Unified School Board, I have had the privilege of advocating for educational rights for all students. In my job, it's important to uplift children and their families. It's equally important never to say an unkind word, untruth, mean-spirited words, or judgment to anyone. I will always try to act and speak respectfully with kind words to everyone I encounter. By doing these things, we can honor our ancestors and pave the way for future generations. As a member of the AAPI community, education is just not about academics. It's about empowerment, representation, and the access to opportunities. It is fulfilling to know that I'm contributing to making these things a reality for every child in Fresno Unified. I love this community, and my commitment is far-reaching. I'm proud of all of our students, their families, as we pause to celebrate the Asian American, Pacific Island children, their families, the staff. We recognize their strength and their resilience to our community as a whole. Thank you.
I also want to turn the mic over to our highest ranking AAPI staff in the city of Fresno, Santoya Rose.
Hi, thank you, Pal. I was expecting to speak later. If you don't know my story, in 1970, my dad came to America from Bangkok, Thailand, with a suitcase full of dreams and a couple $100s. And he worked as a dishwasher and then a cook and finally a truck driver. He met my mom at a house on Floridor in the Tower District and fully, I can say, lived the American dream. This moment is a bit hard for me because my dad passed away a few months ago. But every single day in everything I do, I honor his legacy by coming to work and really touching lives and making the most meaningful difference that I can. I work for the mayor as the director of communications, and I also have the great privilege of overseeing the Office of Community Affairs, and both are very important roles that really give you the opportunity to be the heartbeat of the city. So thank you, and I look forward to celebrating all of the contributions of the trailblazers in the Asian American community. Thank you.
To not run any longer,
Take as much time as you need.
we do have a lot of folks here. I just want to recognize a few of our community leaders that are with us. I have, most important, in our AAPI community, we're so humble. And I give you an example of that is when we all walked in, I had everybody sit here, and nobody sat in the first row. Because that's just our culture, to not disrespect the diocese and not to disrespect the staff here at the city of Fresno. But it worked out because that first row, we left it open for the native indigenous group to sit, and they were so important, especially their story. With us is, if you talk about the AAPI and then you drill down, the city of Fresno has also the largest Southeast Asian community of the AAPI that lives here. And with us is our Hmong community, our Lao community, and our Khmer community. Those are the three largest Southeast Asian community that lives in the city of Fresno. I just wanted to recognize, if those of you that know anything about the Vietnam War, our community here, especially the Southeast Asian community, were involved in that war. You know, and some of those veterans are still here today with us. I just wanted to recognize one of the veterans, Captain Zhang Yatao. He's here with us today. Not too many of our elders are around. I was able to get him to join us at City Hall. And then from our Khmer community, Danny, are you still here? Danny is here as a sergeant with the Fresno PD, very active in, and not just being a voice for the Khmer community, but being a champion for the AAPI community and being an example and you know, educating our community about the importance of a city in Fresno PD. That's why, as you heard earlier from Chief Paco, you know, we support our police officer because we support law and order, and that's what our community is all about. And then from our Lao community, I have our Lao community, our business owner, they're here with us. Can you come up here? Is Dr. Kampa with us? David, you're here. Lysing, Danny? Danny, okay. Danny, you and your wife come here. They're the owners of Tasty Thai up there on 6th and Shaw. So, oh, AC Deli, I'm sorry, AC Deli. Tasty Thai is also here. David, yes. With Tasty Thai a couple months ago, and then last year, you guys heard about the hate crimes that were towards Tasty Thai. And this is our community. That's why it's so important that City of Fresno acknowledges this month as AAPI month to educate our community, especially our young folks, to understand that we are part of this community. We are the community, you know, so that the acts of violence, a senseless act of violence against our community doesn't happen. And we are one, as the mayor said, we're one Fresno. So we want to thank the City of Fresno, all the councilmen, the workers at the City of Fresno for recognizing this month as AAPI, or to be technically correct, AANHPI month for our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Pal. And again, we appreciate everyone being here with us this morning. I want to just go back very briefly to Santoya had mentioned about overseeing the OCA. That's our Office of Community Affairs. And I want to give full credit to many of the people standing to my left and to my right for being the force behind the creation of the Office of Community Affairs. Back when this community was experiencing a lot of adversity, difficulties, it came together as one to work with myself, the administration, my council colleagues. We created this office, and so the first liaison out of that office was the Asian American liaison. And it's since grown to represent other communities as well. But I give, again, full credit to many of the folks here for that creation. So my pleasure to be here with you this morning. I assume the mayor probably wants to say just something briefly as well before we read the proclamation.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, very, very briefly. You know, I can't imagine what Fresno would look like without our AAPI community, but it'd be very, very boring. You know, I had the privilege of being at the Cambodian New Year here with Danny Kim here a couple of weeks ago until the torrential rain and winds took us out. And as you know, I'm extremely proud of our Hmong New Year celebration, the largest in the country. And it is always an honor to be a part of that, and I have been for the last 30 years or so. And really, I've made some incredible friends in our Asian community. And Pal, thank you for all that you do over there at the center, and for all of you for what you do within the business community and your respective professions. All of you have contributed so much to Fresno. And then also to those who were there by the side of our soldiers in the Vietnam War, who rescued folks who were downed airmen and brought them in and kept them alive. We are forever indebted to you and your service to our country. So we love our Asian brothers and sisters, and this is a great day for Fresno. And it certainly makes up one Fresno, and the first word in the vision we have is the word inclusive. And this is inclusivity as we know it right here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Clerk, would you please read the proclamation?
Certainly. Whereas the City of Fresno acknowledges Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month to honor and appreciate the diverse heritage, achievements, and resilience of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in shaping culture and history. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have continuously contributed to our country across all fields, including but not limited to science, medicine, literature, art, sports, government, and law. And whereas we must also recognize the discrimination, exclusion, and outright violence that AAPI communities face to this day. Throughout our history, AAPIs have been the target of senseless violence and disenfranchisement. It is imperative that we confront past and present racism and fight for the safety and inclusion of our AAPI friends and neighbors. And during Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, the City of Fresno pays tribute to the irreplaceable legacy of our AAPI communities and their contributions to strengthen our city today and into the future. This month and every month, let us stand for all members of our AAPI community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Councilmember Nelson Esparza, the Fresno City Council, and Mayor Jerry Dyer do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the City of Fresno.
Okay. That was wonderful. Congratulations, everyone. We have one more proclamation to go, and that's going to be for Historic Preservation Month. The sponsors are the Office of the Mayor and City Manager and the Planning and Development Department.
Testing. Really quick, I'm sorry. I want to invite everybody we have a reception at the Fresno Center starting at 1 o'clock. We do have a reception. It's sponsored by EECU. They pay for all the expenses for this reception at the Fresno Center, and it is open to the community. So we welcome everyone to join us at the Fresno Center.
I got the Grizzly tickets. Oh, here, let me take a picture. Oh, just you and the chief? One, two, hold on. She's so cute. We're not as colorful. I'm trying to be colorful. I get worn out just doing the proclamations. I know, right?
Okay. As folks are making their way out of council, we have one more. We have one more proclamation for the day, and it is my honor as the mayor of the city to be able to recognize the folks that are with us today, but just as important, we are recognizing Fresno Preservation Month in the city of Fresno. And back in 1979, a historic preservation ordinance was passed in the city of Fresno recognizing this day. And really, it's a time to recognize all the historical sites, the archaeological sites within the city of Fresno. And I just wanted to name a few of those. And the folks that are with me today, the Historic Preservation Committee for the city of Fresno, are really the ones that are entrusted with protecting all of the assets that we have in this community so that we do not lose our history. When you talk about buildings like the Warner's Theater, Tower Theater, Mewk's Home, St. John's Cathedral, the Bank of Italy on the Fulton Mall, Hotel California, Hotel Fresno, which has been almost open, but has been completely redone. Hotel California, Hotel Fresno, Bricks Home, Azteca Theater, the Fresno City College Old Administration Building, the first community college in the state of California, and the Forster Underground Gardens. So what we try to do is make sure we retain that history, celebrate our past, while embracing the future, making sure that some of these older buildings in our community are part of our future. And so with that, I don't know who wants to, James, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. And thank you, City Manager and the Council. As Mayor said, my name's James Sponsor. I'm the Chair for the Historic Preservation Commission for the City of Fresno. And we appreciate the opportunity to be recognized for Historic Preservation Month. Actually, this year in the City of Fresno, we've made some major strides in recognizing several things that need to be taken care of in order to make sure that we preserve those items. One of the things that we did bring to the Council last year was the designation of the National Farm Workers Association meeting site to recognize the fact that Fresno is the birthplace of that movement. And the other thing that we've been doing too is we've actually been working with the Fresno Association of Realtors for them to be able to recognize the historic homes that are up for sale, so that those are taken care of and preserved as we move forward. Part of this month, what you're going to see from us is you're going to see multiple different events occurring throughout the month. This evening we have a kickoff ceremony over at what was formerly known as the Downtown Club, which is now the Archive on Kern, with the Historical Society. As well as we're going to have other locations available throughout the month. One of the bigger items is on the 18th of May, we will be having an open house with a handful of buildings that are open, as well as a Bike Through History event, where we'll be going through on about a 5.5 mile course, visiting several sites within the Tower District area. So please enjoy, look at that. We do have a item that'll go out regarding the different locations, different times during the event, but we appreciate the opportunity to do this, and we want to make sure that the community knows its history and recognizes it, because it's critical. It's how we look at what we do in this city. It's how we heal. It's how we recognize those that have made a contribution to the fabric of our city. So, anybody else? All right, thank you.
Okay. City Clerk, if you would, please.
Certainly. Whereas in 1979, the City Council adopted a historic preservation ordinance and found that the City of Fresno has played an important role in the development of California, and that this history is shown today through archaeological sites and through buildings, structures, objects, sites, and districts representing the commercial, industrial, social, economic, political, and architectural development of the city. And the City of Fresno is collaborating with several nonprofit organizations and businesses on a series of events in May to promote awareness and appreciation for the region's history and heritage. And whereas the following groups have worked collaboratively with the city to plan these events: Fresno City and County Historical Society, Pop Laval Foundation, Fresno County Bike Coalition, Friends of the Big Fresno Fair, Grayview Brewing Company, South of Shaw Beer Company, Paul Halasian Architects, Loon Wine Bar, Zach Urban Solutions, the 411 Rec Room, the Grand 401, Pacific Southwest Building, and the State Center Community College District. And People Saving Places is the theme for this year's Fresno celebration. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Fresno Preservation Month in the City of Fresno.
That concludes our ceremonial presentation, so we're going to move on to council member reports and comments, starting with Council Member Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just a quick thank you for the Parks Department for finally getting Broadway Parque on the agenda for awarding construction today. It's been a long time coming. It's been several years since the neighborhood requested that the old police station property become a neighborhood park. So we look forward to the groundbreaking activities and construction beginning. Additionally, I'd like to thank the city for the cleanup on Parkway. I know there's quite a bit of work to be done, and that was long needed. But I do want to take this opportunity to bring another section of the city to the public's attention, if you can, Brianna. For the last few months, our office has been calling to the city's attention to the developing encampments between the cemeteries and west of the 99. As many of you know, my district has several cemeteries that serve the whole county and the region. And as you can see from this video that's being displayed, the encampments have grown significantly. As a result, there's been several fires been set on the cemetery grounds that there's some attention brought to. But I want to bring a few other issues to the attention of the police department, the fire department, and all the other departments in the city, including the administration. I was doing a drive-through earlier this week at the site, and I observed the nails from the wood ties of the railroad tracks being removed by some of the homeless community. I think we need to formally put the rail company on notice that if there's a derailment because they're not cleaning up the right-of-way, then they've been put on notice that they were aware of the wood ties being messed with. There, of course, is this high risk of the unhoused community being run over by a train. This is an active line, and there is no fencing that separates the tracks from the public right-of-way. Additionally, I observed burial vaults. Those of you who are not familiar with cemeteries, is the cement boxes in which caskets go in, being used as fence for the cemeteries along the tracks. Both cemeteries have used burial vaults as artificial fencing for the backside of their properties. I've, again, reminded folks that we've had several fires there. I also noticed some of the unhoused community digging into the ground and making their way into the cemetery property by digging underground. So if you could imagine, at some point, and they keep going further, they're going to be hitting some graveyards. Lastly, I know that there's a scheduled day for us to address this area, but I want to, as we prepare for these budget discussions and the mayor's proposed budget later this month, I want to just reaffirm and remind folks that these sites get to this magnitude of danger and risk because we allow them to. We've had notice that one encampment has popped up, a second one, a 10th, and a 15th one, and they continue to grow and grow. I know that we're waiting to have enough beds to offer folks a bed before we address it, but when you have folks setting several fires along this corridor, removing nails from the wood ties that maintain the railroad system, digging holes into cemeteries, we've gone beyond the simple wait for the scheduled cleanup date. We did notice that there's quite a bit of health workers that are in that corridor offering services, but it's clear to me that a lot of these individuals have significant drug and mental health addiction that we have to find a different way of resolving this. So I do want to publicly bring it to everyone's attention. This has been going on for several months, and it needs to be addressed immediately. And we need to have a process in place and a budget solution in this upcoming year to ensure that we can clean up these sites before they get to this point of significant impact to the neighborhood and to the area. The bottom line is if the disease cannot, lay and rest without being bothered, then we're not the city that we should be. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of quick updates. Last week, Mayor Dyer and I had the opportunity to go out to Fresno State Vintage Days. If nobody's ever been before, it's one of the largest events put together in my district and probably the city of Fresno. Over 3 days, attracts around 25,000 students, and this year they were celebrating their 50th anniversary, just showcasing Fresno State, the incredible achievements. This is a completely student-ran group that puts this event together, and again, it's one of the largest in the entire city of Fresno. So happy anniversary to everybody at Fresno State that was part of that event. It was a really cool event to be a part of. Last week, I also had the opportunity to visit Vinland Elementary School. They invited me to their open house. It was a great opportunity to see all the children showcasing their hard work throughout the school year and seeing all the projects that they've been working on. So thank you to Principal Coe for the invitation for me and my staff. We were able to recognize the teachers with some goodies and cupcakes for all the hard work that they've been doing as well. Last month, I want to thank Public Works for beginning and completing one of our major infrastructure projects. This is a repaving of Dakota Avenue. This was a $1 million investment and a huge priority for District 4, so thank you for Director Mosier and your team for making that a possibility. I know you know that was a big priority of ours. And last month, you've also started work on another major infrastructure project, and that's repaving the neighborhood between Fresno, Gettysburg, First, and Ashland. That's a $2.3 million investment into Central Fresno, and I know our neighbors are really appreciative of what your crew's doing out there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of quick things. I want to, first of all, thank our Public Works folks for the complete streets projects moving along quite well. And some of you folks know the Jackson neighborhood, CDC was the one that was really taking the lead on that. We're seeing already some of our kids that are walking to Roosevelt, Rowell, Jackson, and even over to Burroughs now starting to use the soon-to-be completed sidewalk. And Mayor, we'll be working with your office on doing the inaugural bike ride / pedestrian walk once that is finished. So that will be coming. But again, thank you to our Public Works folks for that big project. I don't think that neighborhood has ever had sidewalks feeding right into Roosevelt. Also, want to also thank our partners over at Fresno Unified. As some of you know, the old juvenile hall was demolished, and the school, new school site is almost complete. We will be doing an event with them here shortly. I believe they will start classes in August on that, but I think it'll be a great welcome amenity for the neighborhood to now have that old eyesore replaced by a state-of-the-art educational complex. And then one thing that I also want to flag for our folks, council, would be we're working on a problem within the city of Fresno. As some of you know, there are quite a bit of number of homes that are entered into what's called a reverse mortgage contract with banks. And the problem we're having is that once the property owner is deceased, there's a time period in between the bank taking possession of the property and squatters moving in and affecting that. I'm working right now on a specific case where 3 times our Public Works folks have had to go out there and shut off the water. We're also working with PG&E to codify them giving us access to or verifying if there is an actual account of utilities at the home. But I suspect that this problem's not going to go away. It is actually going to get magnified a little bit more. We're tracking some of that data, working with our assessor partner, Paul Dictos, over there, and trying to get a tally of how many of those are coming down the pipeline. But our city attorney is well aware of it. Our folks are working on some possible solutions. And I just wanted to flag that because I know that it's not just my district that is in that boat. I know it's a problem across the city of Fresno. So with that, thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes, you know, over the last week, I've been having a number of meetings and invitations to meet with constituents in my district. And we've been talking a great deal about what we're witnessing on TV and some of the horrors that we're seeing. And so I want to address a couple of things. You know, 7 months ago, on October 7th, people around the world were shocked by the horrific attack and evil perpetrated by the terrorist group Hamas against the innocent citizens of Israel. And at that time, I published an op-ed that stated we must have the moral courage and clarity to support Israel in its efforts to eradicate Hamas. Because as we've seen too many times in the past, that clarity often gets diminished, and then pressure and the media turn against Israel. Now it's happened again. The brutality and evil of those Hamas psychopathic terrorists on October 7th resulted in the killing of babies, children, women, families, and the elderly. Over 1,200 innocent people were killed, including 30 Americans, the equivalent of what would have been 40,000 people murdered on 9/11 in the United States. Over 200 taken hostage, including Americans, and there are still Americans being held. Hamas raped women, mutilated genitals, tortured children, cut off people's limbs, beheaded people. All of those killed, raped, tortured, and taken hostage shared one thing in common: they're Jewish. We've seen this horror so many times before, but not since the Holocaust have we even seen such massive savagery and genocide of the Jewish people. Now, I've been to the Dachau concentration camp in Germany, where 32,000 Jews were murdered. I stood in the gas chambers where men and women were gassed and saw the ovens where the bodies were burned. The only difference between the war crimes of the Nazis and Hamas is that the Nazis hid their war crimes and Hamas proudly recorded them on GoPro cameras for all the world to see. There is no denying the atrocities they've committed, despite the idiot students saying so. Incredibly, we're now witnessing many throughout the world, including in our own country and on college campuses, celebrating the slaughter of babies, women being raped and executed, and families being burned alive. We've seen anti-Semitic demonstrations on a worldwide scale. They argue these heinous acts are justified. They're not and never will be. They argue about moral equivalence and talk about land. They say the terrorists that beheaded people and killed innocent people are, quote, freedom fighters. They're not. They're evil psychopaths whose mission is to kill Jews and destroy Israel. We've now seen students and non-students at our Ivy League and high-ranked universities in America setting up encampments on campuses, seizing and destroying property, threatening Jews on campus, aligning themselves with Hamas, calling for the extermination of Israel and Jewish people. These are mindless, ignorant zombies that have been indoctrinated for years with DEI, CRT, and other messages that our country is a racist, terrible country. Their minds have been marinated with this crap for years, and now we're seeing the result of this indoctrination. We also see radical and Marxist professors locking arms with these idiot students they've helped radicalize. It's way beyond time for there to be consequences for these criminal actions we've seen on campuses. Those that committed crimes should be held accountable and charged with felonies, thrown out of school. Campuses should be safe for everyone, and no one should ever be allowed to be threatened or intimidate other students. The director of the FBI, Christopher Wray, has revealed that while the Jewish population in the United States is only 2.4%, all of the religious hate crimes, 60% of them are directed at Jews. This is sadly not surprising when we see the cancer of anti-Semitism and intellectual rot spoken by college students, professors, politicians, and many others that, rather than condemn the atrocities of October 7th, either deny them or celebrate them. The fact is, Hamas has been in charge of Gaza since 2007. Instead of improving the economy and life for the Palestinian people, they've been building underground tunnels and acquiring rockets and financing from Iran to attack Israel. When Israel is about to formally improve relations with Saudi Arabia in October, Hamas starts a war, then cowardly retreats to hide behind civilians in Gaza, bringing more pain and suffering to the people living there. We've seen these same evil acts before, but this time, with over 1,200 Israelis killed in the recent terrorist attacks, Israel must win this war against Hamas terrorists once and for all. The only path to peace is through strength. A strong Israeli nation and a strong United States of America, united together. For the only thing these bloodthirsty, evil terrorists understand is strength. If there's any weakness, they're emboldened. All of us must speak out against evil, anti-Semitism, and moral relativism. That means elected leaders, community leaders, education leaders, religious leaders, all of us. As a nation, we must have moral clarity about right and wrong, good and evil. We must fight against the indoctrination in our schools and college campuses that teach our kids to hate this country. Instead, we must teach our children about the greatness of this nation, our Constitution, our freedoms, the sacrifices of our veterans and public safety, that everyone's created equal and that all forms of racism and anti-Semitism must be rejected and denounced. What we are witnessing on college campuses throughout this nation is a complete disgrace and must be a call to action. University presidents that support or are too cowardly to deal with the anti-Semitism on the campuses must be fired, as must the trustees. Federal and state funding of these schools must end. Lastly, I have a message to the mobs on those campuses that are full of intellectually weak, morally absent, low-life anti-Semites that call for the killing of Jews and the eradication of Israel. If you really want a real and sustainable ceasefire in Gaza, do the following. 1, call for and attain the unconditional surrender of Hamas. 2, all weapons of war that Hamas has, rockets, grenades, tunnels, should be immediately destroyed. And 3, immediately and without any conditions, release every hostage by Hamas, including little babies that they took, and including all Americans and those from other countries. Once this occurs, the war will end, and there will be peace. We're blessed to live in this great nation where we still live freely as Americans and have our constitutional protections and Bill of Rights. May God bless all citizens in the United States of America, and may God bless the state of Israel, its people, the innocent civilians in Gaza, and comfort all the victims and their families. And I want to recognize the students at University of North Carolina who fought against all the radicals who were putting up a Palestinian flag on their campus and instead ripped it down and put the American flag up. That's the kind of courage that we got to see, that we need to see in this country, instead of the cowardice we've seen in Columbia and other universities. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Up next is Council Member Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. This past Earth Day, I had the pleasure of joining the mayor in planting a few trees over at Romaine Park. Through these efforts brought by the Valley Air District, Caltrans, and Tree Fresno, a total of 49 trees were planted around Romaine. I'm very excited to see the public health benefits, the shade, and the beauty that these trees will provide to the community and park visitors over time as they grow. So I want to thank everyone who was involved with that effort. Additionally, on this past Saturday, I was invited to attend the Fresno Police and Neighborhood Watch Block Captain's Appreciation Lunch. I always enjoy hearing new updates from Neighborhood Watch as they're always expanding the number of watch groups and neighbors participating. I met with some of our city's most dedicated neighbors at this luncheon, the block captains, and heard some of the strategies that they've developed to make their neighborhoods safer, as well as issues that the city council can step up and assist with. So it was just great to be there and to appreciate the folks who are on the ground doing the hard work every day within our neighborhoods to keep them to keep those neighborhoods safer. And finally, this past Sunday, I had the privilege of attending a ribbon cutting for the Fresno Chaffee Zoo's Festival de los Niños. Univision sponsored and televised this day that was filled with fun activities, games, prizes, and resources for our Valley's families. It was a day that had just really a ton of opportunities for families to spend time together. I took my family. I think I ran into the city attorney there, as well as many other folks throughout the community. So thank you to the Chaffee Zoo and Univision and all the other sponsors for creating this fun day for the community. And Council President, that will be it for me.
Thank you, Council Member. Up next is Council Vice President Karbasi.
Thank you, Madam President. First off, I want to start by thanking Supervisor Brian Pacheco and his staff for working so hard to get a Hawk signal installed at Herndon Barstow Elementary. It's one of those areas where one side of the street's city, one side is county, and it's been great partnering with them. Also, thank Debbie Bowles, principal of Pinedale Elementary, for hosting the last Pinedale Cares Luncheon of the year. It's a luncheon put on in the library where you've got nonprofit groups there, parents, and teachers and staff, and of course our administration at the school and CSUD administration, just talking about some of the issues that affect the Pinedale neighborhood and community. And we have our Parks Department staff there as well. It's always a pleasure to collaborate with those folks. Was able to attend the Employee Service Awards. Thank you, City Manager. That was a great event to see so many. We have a lot of knowledge in this building. It was great to see so many people. I think that we had one person over, 30? Was it 25 or 30 years? 35 years in the city of Fresno, and that's just wonderful. Big shout out to the mayor and his team, Mark Standriff, Jaime Sandoval, and everyone else for Great American Cleanup throughout the city, Northwest Fresno. We were so lucky along our river bottom and other places to have several different cleanup events simultaneously. Thank you so much for that hard work. We had a great PD swearing-in ceremony. It just amazes me the number of young people that continue to want to be officers in the city of Fresno. It's so different than when I first started. And to thank the administration, the council, of course, for supporting the funding for that. And, of course, congratulate our chief and his executive staff for doing such a great job recruiting. City manager, I know Terry Cox is leaving. It doesn't mean you have to steal Jim Barrows from us. I mean, really. And lastly, Public Works, thank you so much, Scott, Randall, and Scott, Brian, and Jill, for your work with the Bullard Median at Fig Garden, getting that cleaned up, irrigation put in, old trees removed, new trees put in, trimming. It looks fantastic, and thank you so much for making that possible. And that is my report, Madam President.
Thank you, Council Vice President. And I'm going to quickly just run through my updates. I want to give Will and the EDC team just a big kudos for orchestrating the really enlightening real estate forecast event this year. Also a shout out to the Tower District Rotary Club, Goldsteins, and Highway City for joining forces with my team, as well as Beautify Fresno. We joined about 193 volunteers dedicated to making sure we keep the Tower District clean. So thank you to everyone's efforts on that. I also had the privilege of taking part in the Armenian flag raising ceremony. Thank you, Council Vice President Karbasi, for all your hard work that went into that. Congratulations to all of our dedicated employees in City Hall who reached their significant milestones. Your unwavering commitment to our residents is truly appreciated. We were able to honor our Business of the Month this week. That would be the Spot Archery. I was able to try it out, shoot some bow and arrows, and I'll just say that I hit all of my targets while wearing high heels. And then excited to announce that I did kick off my series of town halls for 2024. We did the first one this week at the Big Red Church. Thank you to everyone who attended, as well as our directors who took the time out of their evenings to give the residents of District 1 updates. And then last but not least, I do want to briefly address the hate crime incident that did occur in my district this past weekend. I have been in contact with the victims, and as stated in my official statement, I will be closely monitoring this case. Later today, I will be submitting a letter to our district attorney, just requesting that she do pursue all applicable charges so that we can hold this suspect accountable and really make him an example that hate crimes will not be tolerated in our city. That concludes my comments. Mayor, do you have any updates?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and address the council from here, but to repeat a few of the things, I will say thank you to all the council for your participation as well as your residents in the Great American Cleanup. On that day, we had 1,626 volunteers come out, and over a 2-hour period cleaned up 18,700 pounds of trash. So that was an incredible day for Fresno, and I think we can all agree that our city is looking much cleaner, and it's also looking much greener thanks to a lot of the efforts. As Councilmember Esparza and I got to plant some trees together at Romaine Playground. Council President Perea and I got to plant some trees in the Tower District as part of Arbor Day, so some things that were very much needed within our city. I also got to participate and speak at the Armenian Genocide flag raising along with many of you. It was a very, very special event in our city. And then I spoke Saturday night at the 75th anniversary for our Fresno mission. It was a well-attended, probably 1,000 people that was attended over at the Well Church. And we had a speaker come in that was incredible. And one of the things he said that I'll never forget is that many cities across America are judged by their entertainment and sports venues that they have in their city. But God judges cities by how they treat their homeless. And I think the way we treat our homeless population in Fresno and the services and the shelters that we provide
speaks highly of the city of Fresno. Also got to speak at the real estate forecast that was hosted by the Economic Development Corporation. Thought it was a well-attended event, very enlightening for all of us. And then last week we kicked off Gallery Row at Mono and Van Ness. That's where really the art hop started, but they have renamed that entire area there Gallery Row, and it is marked by some signage that they have there as well. And then a couple of trips that I've been on here recently. I went to Sacramento last week as part of a big city mayor's visit. There were 8 other mayors that attended on that trip. Met with the governor, the president pro tem of the Senate, as well as the Speaker of the Assembly, Mr. Rivas. And it was, I think it was a very rewarding trip in terms of some of the good news that we've been provided with homeless dollars, specifically our HAP dollars. And then lastly, I got back yesterday from a trip to Washington, D.C., with Mayor Karen Bass from LA, and it was specifically dealing with homeless and housing. And we attended 22 meetings in 2 days with the White House and congressional leaders and the senators. And I told Karen Bass I will never go to DC with her again. She wore me out getting to all these meetings, but it was very, very productive. And since I see Mr. Tyrone in the audience here, Tyrone Williams, I wanted to say that our trip was predominantly around housing, and specifically giving us increased flexibility on our CDBG dollars to provide services. Currently it's limited at 15%. We need more flexibility with those dollars. And then as it relates to vouchers, specifically we asked for more vouchers collectively across the United States, because we have so many people who are waiting to be provided vouchers. Secondly, we know that there are a lot of veterans as a result of their income from receiving disability that they cannot qualify for certain housing that was built for veterans. And so we want to make sure that their disability income doesn't disqualify them. And I think by and large, we had a lot of receptivity. And then lastly, we asked that for an increased percentage on project-based vouchers, to go from the 20% cap today to 50%, because we know that we need more housing, and project-based vouchers will allow for people to develop more housing if developers know that they will have a guaranteed source of income from those vouchers. So I wanted you to know that was the purpose of our trip. And it was, quite frankly, on both bipartisan level, it was met with a lot of receptivity. We met with the Chief of Staff for President Biden, met with 4 different secretaries, as well as different senior policy advisors, senators, and congressmen and women. And so it was a great trip. And with that, I'll give it back to Council President.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, anything to report?
In the interest of time, no.
All right, City Clerk, anything to report?
Also, in the interest of time, just would like to say, if you see our fabulous Assistant City Clerk Brianna Parr in the hallway, give her a high five, tell her congratulations on her academic achievement, graduating from FPU, Fresno Pacific University. So, well done.
Congratulations, Brianna. All right, City Attorney, anything to update us on?
Just real quick, Waste Tire Amnesty Day is on Saturday, May 11th at the Hanoian Shopping Center in D5. Come drop off your old tires between the hours of 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. or until the trailer is filled.
What day is that?
May 11th.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to our scheduled hearings and matters. We're going to start with a 9:30 a.m. item. This is a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy special tax regarding CFD 9, annexation number 57. Do we have a staff presentation?
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. Presentation can be available, but this is a fairly routine CFD annexation hearing into CFD 9, the commercial industrial CFD for maintenance of street trees, street lights, and concrete improvements. We do have the ballots, and this sets the cost of services each year at $2,595 annually with the typical escalator. Staff's available for any questions.
Thank you, Director. I'm going to take it out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to provide public comment on the 9:30 a.m. item? Please come up at this time. See none. City Clerk, are there any members on Zoom who wish to provide public comment?
Council President, there is no public comment at this time.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comment period. Council, any comments or questions? If not, would someone like to make a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Council Vice President Carbasi. Any objection? See none, item passes 7-0. We have a 9:35 appearance by Jorge Zavala to discuss damages and misappropriation for disadvantages for businesses, enterprise, and city violations. Mr. Zavala, are you here? Okay, please come up at this time. Mr. Zavala, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak. As a business owner and now a recognized presidential candidate representing the Green Party, I'm here to advocate disability rights, the welfare and socio-economic development of the Commonwealth of the people. I'm trying to bring the power of democracy back into the hands of the Commonwealth. As my endeavors in trying to be successful and independent and bring jobs forth into the economy, the disadvantaged business enterprise certification here in Fresno City has failed. Melissa Perales, Chloe Doyle, and the disadvantaged enterprise is not construent to its own policies and its integrity. I question my status and ability to contract with the city. I've been asking the mayor's office numerous times for a hearing, for equal opportunity. There's been a lot of interference and barriers that it's inherent to the people of the community. Also, there was a good jobs grant. There's several $1 million given to the Blind Center, to Jim Costa's office. It's been redirected to the EOC. This is supposed to get 2,500 people that are visually impaired back into the workforce. As working with National Industries of the Blind, Sean Spengler, as I just created Amplify Accessibility Green Tech Coalition to help empower the blind and disabled back into the workforce. These fundamental programs are designed to help and strengthen the economy and well-being of Fresno. I question, and I would like some answers on to my proposed reconciliation of these events to conspire into some prosperous activity. So, Mr. Dwyer, if you're listening to me, please, if you can have me address these concerns to come into the office to talk about the well-being of the community. There's just a lot of misappropriation of funds, times, and management. I want to thank you for this time. I also, please, if you can, assist and or donate to Amplify Accessibility Green Tech Coalition to help empower the disabled back into the workforce at votejz.org. My email address is jz@votejz.org. I want to thank for this opportunity to speak. I'm looking forward to proper development for the economic vitality of Fresno, California. Thank you very much for your time, and talk to you soon.
Thank you, Mr. Zavala. Up next, we have our 9:40 a.m. joint meeting of the City Council, the City of Fresno, and its capacity as housing successor to the Redevelopment Agency of the City of Fresno and Fresno Revitalization Corporation. These are actions pertaining to property located at 887 Fulton Street. This is the Berkeley building. Do we have a staff presentation?
Yes.
The Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation is proposing to rehabilitate the two-story Berkeley building in a new project that expands their support of entrepreneurship and startup businesses. The project would rehabilitate and repurpose the ground floor, 11,500 square feet, for a food hub to include small restaurants and related services. And the second floor would be rehab for office space, and together both floors would serve as a business incubator. The project funding for construction is expected to come from an EDA $3 million grant with $750,000 as in-kind match and developer equity. The agency is proposing to sell the property for $1 in order to make the project feasible, and we expect substantial community benefit to result. The DDA provides for closing escrow upon proof of financing and approval of all permits, and performance schedule provides for 6 months due diligence, 18 months to obtain permits, and 24 months for construction. And lastly, the agreement provides for the agency to work with the city to allocate, subject to availability, 50 to 70 parking spaces in the adjacent spiral garage through a parking agreement based on the master fee schedule bulk parking rate, and the agency to work with the city to identify and consider available contributions or offsets which the developer may be eligible for to help with on-site and off-site improvements. This project would most certainly address blight and advance downtown revitalization and economic development. We're recommending for the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to take it out to the public for public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to provide comment on the 9:40 a.m. item? Please come up at this time. See none. City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to provide public comment?
Not at this time.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comment portion for this item. Bring it back up to the dais. Council members, any comments or questions?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the item.
Okay, just for clarification, we're going to need 2 votes on this item. One is going to be from the City Council. The second will be from the Fresno Revitalization Corporation, which is the council along with the mayor. So for the first...
I have a question.
Okay. Mayor Dyer, you have the floor.
Yeah, the question is, it says on the DDA that it provides, there's a 6-month due diligence, and then it says 18 months for them to plan submission and approval, and 24-month construction for a certificate of occupancy. Does that mean a total of all of those?
Yes.
Or are we talking 24 months from today for a certificate of occupancy?
That's a total of all of them, which is a 4-year time period, and it can be substantially less than that, but based on the challenges of that building and what is discovered through rehab, we have provided for a longer period of time. But they can close in 6 months, and I think that's their aim, to close and to begin.
Could we hear from the applicant?
Certainly.
I think the goal is for all of us to have those buildings occupied as soon as possible. And for me to have a building continue to sit vacant for 4 years would not be a good idea, especially when we're selling it for $1.
I think, Mayor, the biggest challenge is what the applicant doesn't control, which is planning and permitting, and how long it takes to get through planning and permitting. So that's been the single biggest. It's not just the city of Fresno planning and permitting, but in my experience on that Fulton corridor, the flood control district has become a significant barrier to get through the permitting process. But our goal is to get something in closed escrow for 6 months, 18 months for complete permits from all the agencies that need to sign off for construction, and then eventually build out.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Council President Perea and council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Dora Westerland, and I'm the President and CEO of the Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation. I'm a founder as well. We formed the organization back in 2004, And this year we are marking our 20th year of serving and helping small businesses. Back in 2008, we had and made a commitment to downtown Fresno. So we purchased a building at 1444 Fulton, and we, in conjunction with the city, were able to renovate the facility and open doors in 2011 as the first bilingual business incubator in the west of the United States. And today, with that same enthusiasm, I come and I will do my very best to develop, if given the opportunity by the council, to develop a retail mixed use. It's a mixed use site. So I'm thinking do commercial and retail on the bottom, office space, and of course, we're going to enter into the due diligence process. But my experience and my background on working with the city, and now, of course, in doing this new development, I am looking forward to continue working with the city and working with all of the council members as we've worked in the past, and I know that you all have been very helpful and trusting in our organization. So thank you so much for that up to date. So thank you.
The comment I'd have, we have a great working relationship with the Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation and UDOR, and I want to make sure that if there are any roadblocks that you come across, that you would notify us immediately, work with Lupe, so that we can accelerate that project downtown. We want to make sure that everything goes smoothly as well. But sometimes folks don't tell us about it early on and wait too long, and then all of a sudden a year passes. So we need to know right away when you run into any roadblocks, if you do.
Can I just add something to that,
Manager,
Council
yes.
President? Thank you. And so, obviously the number one thing to have, and this has been our only opportunity to see the documentation on this project, so apologize for bringing this up on the dais. So one, make sure you have the right architects and engineers who have experience in dealing with buildings such as this in downtown Fresno, because sometimes we find that folks get themselves into things that they don't have the right experience for. With regard to the flood control, there are successful working models in downtown Fresno where the flood control issues, and what this really has to do with is downtown is in a floodplain. And so many of these buildings are old and historic, and the finished floor has to be raised above the flood line, which they're currently not. So there are a number of creative ways that businesses, I think Will Dyke along Warehouse Row encountered similar problems, and there were some creative solutions on how to overcome the flood control issues. So I would encourage you, before starting from scratch, I would encourage you to maybe look at who has successfully overcome those challenges, and that will probably save you a lot of time. And to the mayor's point, Lupe will be on point for you as a project liaison, and we'll make sure she keeps us updated, and she'll be your main point of contact.
Thank you, and I would look forward to hearing from all of those the information that I had.
Thank you.
Okay, so for the first vote, I have a motion by Councilmember Arias to approve. Okay, and a second by Council Vice President Kerbasi. Councilmember Bredefield.
Just a quick question. So we're selling the building for $1.
We are.
Okay. And what's, I imagine we've had an appraisal of this building.
$81,000.
Okay. So for the record, what's the rationale for doing that?
Substantial benefit to the community through revitalization and the provision of support services for development of small city, for development of and growth of small businesses.
Okay. I'm supportive of it. I just want it on the record. Okay. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second by the council. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Next vote is going to be from the Fresno Revitalization Corporation, which includes the council and the mayor. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. I have a motion by Mayor Dyer and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? Item passes 8-0.
Thank you all. Good luck with planning, permitting, flood control.
Okay, next is the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? Please punch up. Seeing no one, we'll move on. We are going to now take public comment on all consent, including contested consent items, as well as closed session items. Would any member of the public like to speak on items on the consent calendar, a contested consent item, or on a closed session item? If so, each speaker has 3 minutes. Please come up at this time. Seeing none, City Clerk, is there anyone online who wishes to provide public comment on a consent, contested consent, or closed session item?
Yes, we have Brandy. Brandy, can you unmute yourself and let us know what item you're going to be speaking on?
Yes, I am speaking on 2W and 2E. And I do want to note that it is very difficult for people to know when public comment is to be able to follow it. But to speak very quickly, regarding 2E, I'm sorry, I was not prepared for this. Our city needs to have those who are unhoused at the table as stakeholders to issues affecting them. If there is a feeling that those opposed to this and HEART are trying to enable people to be outside, that is a far cry, and these items are exhausting. We are trying to tell you that some of the things that the city is doing and actively impeding the goal to get people housed, and also creating health and safety issues for those who would rather not have to use a warning fire. We need safe camps such as in Tulare, and we've been asking for those. That would be a solution. Miguel, you mentioned you're complaining about the encampment, but people need a place to go. We have, there's a woman that was cleared from Parkway, which we cheer on, that we were cheering on, who lost all her belongings because she was taking care of her diabetic needs and medication. They cannot leave beforehand because they could get hit by HEART. One thing that is apparent about this resolution is that it's not effectively addressing the problems that are claimed to prompt this, building fires by using those forced to live unhoused as scapegoats. The fire chief addressed how people are using these fires to cook and keep warm in contained areas, and one of our folks even suggested having city-issued one. People need food to survive, as main donations received need to be cooked. They also need it for cold days. They need a break, especially when HEART is throwing away the things they need to survive, including propane stoves. It seems like when something is done regarding our unhoused, including care, it is addressed as a panacea that solves the problem. And if the problem isn't solved, our unhoused members are to blame, from shelters to services. The warming centers, for example, they were only open 3 days, but also there are limitations to getting there, including knowing about it and being able to access it. Lack of addressing the shelters or HEART fall into this. There's a claim that services are offered, but abuse and lack of what is promised is ignored, and those who are unhoused are blamed, and false claims that people want to be outside. We need you to address the abuses of HEART that impede people from getting housing. We need you to address the shelters and not vote on giving more money until we get people until we address the fact that people are being exited back out on the street without getting help, and so they're forced to be out there. We need to address HEART because they are impeding people from getting housing, because they're taking away documentation, but also taking away the energy they need to get into housing. We need to note that when addressing these items, the council gets to go back into sufficient dwellings, while those fighting with...
Thank you, Brandy. Next we have Michael. Hi, Michael.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, Michael, we can hear you.
Please identify the item you will be speaking on.
Most certainly. It's item 2S. It's actions pertaining to requirements contract for offsite hydrogen fuel.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Greetings, council members and Mr. Mayor, City Manager. My name is Michael Lewis, and I'm the president of Tuverity, Inc. Tuverity is a commercialization stage hydrogen fuel company based here in Fresno, California. Our mission is to create a hydrogen fuel future that is more convenient and more cost effective than other green energy technology. So we know a bit about this space. First, let us say that we applaud the City of Fresno and the Department of Transportation for taking leadership in our state's green energy initiatives with the purchase of 2 fuel cell buses. The operation of those vehicles will provide a far more effective and efficient platform than comparably sized battery electric buses, and they will be essentially the cleanest vehicles on our Fresno roads. However, the department's statements about the lack of available hydrogen underestimate the coming growth of hydrogen supply throughout the state of California. Over the next 5 years, the proposed term of this sole source no-bid contract, dozens of hydrogen projects will be coming online. Many of these will be funded in part by $700 million of federal funds that is planned for the California Hydrogen Hub, and other projects are planned even without those sources of funds. The point is that more supply with greater flexibility of delivery will bring more competition and lower prices for the City of Fresno in its purchase of this important resource. During each coming year, the hydrogen landscape is expected to change significantly. So it seems unwise that the city would commit hundreds of thousands of dollars per year in a multi-year commitment in a deal under which Fresno will pay whether it uses the fuel or not. All of this without, of course, functioning under ordinary public bidding regulations. Within the next few months, our company, Tuvirity, will be ready to present many cities throughout California, including Fresno, with fully integrated hydrogen energy systems that will be able to provide electricity and or hydrogen fuel in any amounts those cities require at any time. We'll be able to install these facilities at any large operation within the communities, and we would only charge these cities for fuel that it actually uses. The point here is that a long-term no-bid contract is not in the interest of the taxpayers, and it will cause Fresno to miss out on the flow of new technologies and new opportunities to bring better services to our citizens. We implore the city to vote down this proposal and move to an open bidding process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Des Martinez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Des.
Hello?
Des, we can hear you. Do you want to let us know what
Okay.
item you're speaking on?
On the warming fires?
Okay, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Fires is very important. I mean, there's no doubt about how we're supposed to cook, how we're supposed to keep warm, how we're supposed to take a bath, wash our dishes, our clothes even. You know, I like to use it to make food. I love to make food. I'm very much of a cooker.
So what do you be cooking out here?
Tortillas, flour tortillas. I can cook some sopa, some rice, some beans, some meat, if I have the meat. People just come by and say, hey, can you cook this with you? Make a bigger meal for everybody. Everybody pitches in and we all enjoy what we have. I could make some tea, put it out there, put the water up to boil. I could make soup. I can make pozole out here, menudo out here. And I've also made ribs on stove, on the grill. They come out really nice and juicy. I do a lot of special needs for my ribs to come off the bones.
And then what else do you guys use the fires
We use
for?
the fire to keep warm. We get rocks. We find big old boulder rocks out somewhere. We'll put them in there in the fire so that it can get hot enough to where we can put in another pan and use that and put that in our tent to keep warm. And it lasts us like hours, 4 hours at least, because we're asleep by then because we're nice and toasty. And then we get up and we're being cold again. And we just do it all over again. It's just the same thing every day. But that's why we need fires all the time. I mean, we need to cook, we need to eat, we need to take a bath, we need to be warm. You know, we gotta wash our dishes. You can't eat off dirty dishes because that's really gross. And you need clean clothes. So, and I give my dogs a bath too.
So what do you say to the Fresno City Council that wants to shut down and ban all fires within the city?
Are you guys gonna give us, are you guys gonna give us stoves, portable stoves to cook with instead? Because if you're not, then we've gotta use it this way. We have to use it this way. Because this is better for us. It's cleaner. Yeah, I mean, we may be having black smoke or whatever, but it's probably because of whatever wood they use or whatever they use to make the fire bigger or to cook on, make sure it's good. Cooking. It's not to me, it's not, if you know how to take care of a fire, you will not have no problem. You know, my husband does really good taking care of the fire. And when I'm there too, he makes sure it's not out all over, spreading all over. It's in a contained area. And that's what they want. They don't want it everywhere, you know? They want people just to be responsible on how to use the fires.
I also want to add that today you guys are talking about Journey Home receiving $2 million. I'd like to ask you to go ahead and only give them $1 million since you're going to go ahead and pass it today, because there was a conversation with the unhoused at Journey Home that have been abused with housing.
Thank you, Des. Next, we have Michael.
Michael Marr?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Michael Marr. I am a candidate for Congress here in the 21st District, which pretty much covers the majority of the city of Fresno. I'm also a business owner in Fresno and chairman for 2 Veridi, which is a Fresno-based hydrogen production and energy company. So my background is in nuclear energy production, hydrogen and advanced technologies, and the development of them. I'm here today to address item 2S regarding the no bid potential contract that the council is going to be voting on. And I am surprised to learn that it is a no bid contract. I recommend a pause on exploring a no bid contract. And there is just a significant list of challenges, which I heard another person speak on, regarding just locking up the city on really exploring better deals and newer technologies. I don't want to see the city rush head into something like they did with the battery electric buses that did not have the power to support them, and even on hydrogen. This is a space that I don't speak on as a average person. I'm an expert in the space, and I'd be happy to meet with any of the council members or anyone else regarding moving into a new sustainable future. This is, again, my background, something I'm very passionate about, but we have to do sustainability right. We have to do it right in Fresno and right in the Valley. Otherwise, this is going to go by the wayside exactly like Solyndra did. And I don't want Fresno to be remembered in that vein. I want Fresno to be a leader on sustainability and really taking it to the foreground on how we're dealing with climate. So that's my main comment. Again, the members, you have my information. I'm happy to continue to speak on this, but I recommend that this be re-explored.
Thank you. Next, we have Matthew. Matthew?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Matthew. Okay, we're going to move forward. Next, we have Bob McCloskey.
Thank you. I wanted to speak also on the resolution, the ordinance regarding criminalizing the homeless. Further, the fire issue, as mentioned earlier from an unhoused individual, the people out there using these fires to cook with, people are hungry. I mean, I drive around, I hand out stuff, money, food, try to help people, and I'm always hearing how hungry they are. You're basically taking away their ability to cook food. I go to these sweeps, and when sweeping out, you see a lot of small, cheap-type fires that they use to cook food. Now, I know that the council in general lacks empathy for the homeless. It's sad that you can't understand that most people are homeless because of poverty and the lack of affordable housing, the lack of services, the lack of substance abuse programs, the lack of mental health treatment programs, and the city has fallen down on its duties to provide at least temporary housing for these people. The mayor has been lying, Miguel Arias has been lying, everybody at the council has been lying about the fact that they were going to build 2 tiny home villages for shelter housing for the homeless. That's not true at all. I talked to Phil Skies. He says that those 2 village projects are for affordable housing that will be sold. It will not be used for temporary housing. So you've been misleading the advocacy community on this issue, and it's sad. All I can do is ask you to quit further criminalizing the homeless. As you know, I filed a complaint with HUD. It's still an open complaint as far as I'm concerned. HUD has not closed that complaint. I'm pushing HUD to do more to ding the city and to ding the COC with points. Let's see a reduction of points because they have a policy that you are not to criminalize the homeless, and that you lose funding from HUD and other state and federal agencies because you are criminalizing homeless. This is nothing but further criminalization of the homeless. I understand you have a lack of empathy. Let me remind you that a lack of empathy is a significant sign of sociopathology. It's a sociopathic trait, a significant one. So let's stop being sociopaths, please, and show.
Thank you, Bob. Next, I was assaulted at Porch Fest.
Hi, so first of all,
Thank you. Please identify the agenda item you'll be speaking on.
Well, I'm just coming in here to say that you need to stop switching around public comment, and Gary is a piece of shit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, there's no more public comment.
All right, so I'm going to call up James. James is here in the chamber. James will be speaking on item 2W.
And the 2E, I believe the
And
fire.
2E.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay.
they were both on there. So, yeah.
3 minutes.
Good morning.
Thanks, James.
Yeah, good morning. My name is James Relis. I will be addressing the president. So I want to thank Miguel for his video because I was able to watch that before I came in. It's a great representation of privilege because you're just driving through that area, and you may have had some conversations with them, and I would hope you would have, but it just shows the absolute need we have for affordable housing. The number of those who are trying to just get by. Most of us are a few paychecks away. I know you guys probably aren't on the dais, but most in Fresno are. I understand that we're in a deficit again this year. I don't understand when we have the unhoused being mistreated like they are. The only way to cook food, I mean, I don't know of other ways to cook food. If you guys have any other ways, if you can, maybe rub your hands together. I'm not exactly sure what other ways you know how to cook food if you're outdoors. Have you ever been camping? You know that fire is usually the best way to do it. Understanding that there is no place for these people to go in the city, what do we do with that? We just push them further out, put them out to the county, right? Make them county's problem. Because we don't have to deal with them, right? We don't have to see them if they're out in the county islands. Because that's not your districts. That doesn't matter to you guys. It's not in the city, right? It's not in the city, so it doesn't matter. As long as we move them out and then complain when they're trying to keep warm, because we had the warming centers open for what, 2 days last year? 3 days? I don't understand how this is acceptable. We're talking about one Fresno, correct? The one Fresno I saw is not what I envisioned, and unless that's the mayor's envisioning of one Fresno. These unhoused camps, these fires started by those who are just trying to eat, just trying to keep warm. We have no other place for them, right? No other place. The Poverello can't take them. We haven't paid to build any buildings for them to stay in. Right? I don't understand where they're supposed to go. These are fellow residents of the city of Fresno. I'm a resident of District 6. I know that is the most, probably the most affluent area, and I don't see the unhoused out there. If I do, oh, I see him, Gary. I see him. I know they're there, and you hate it. I know you absolutely hate it.
Thank you, James. Are there any members of the public who wish to provide public comment at this time? Please come up. Seeing no one, we're going to break for lunch at this time. We're going to come back at 1:30. I'm sorry, before we break for lunch, can I get a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
If you may, Councilmember Vice President, I have to make a motion, just modified motion to approve the consent without item 2W. That will return at a future date.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar without item 2W. You stated that will come back at a later date. I had a second by Council Vice President Herbasi. Any objection? See none, the item passes 7-0. We're now going to break for lunch. We will be back at 1:30 p.m. welcome back. The time is 1:36 p.m. I do have a request from the city attorney to go straight into closed session to hear an item. So, city attorney, I'm going to give you the floor.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Today in closed session, the item that we will first address is item A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Fresno versus Fresno Building Healthy Communities and Fresno Building Healthy Communities versus City of Fresno.
right, we are back from closed session. City Attorney, is there anything you need to report out?
Nothing today, so far.
All right, we are going to move to our contested consent items. We're going to start with item 2B, to approve the appointment of Linda Calandra to the Planning Commission to a term ending June 30th, 2027. That was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Let me go to the next item.
Good afternoon, members of the council. Chris Montalongo, Deputy Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Deputy. Is there any current members of the Planning Commission from District 3?
No, not currently.
Have District 3 applicants applied for the vacancies on the Board Planning Commission?
There has been no applications from anybody from D3.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve item 2B by Councilmember Arias and a second by Council Vice President Karbasi. Any opposition? See none, item passes 7-0. Item 2C is actions pertaining to a transportation art project. This is pulled by Councilmember Arias.
City Manager, I think you might be able to address this. I know this is the first time that I've seen that we have an agreement to maintain and upkeep public artwork in the form of murals in public spaces. Has it been determined how the public will actually do that? Are they going to call 311? Are they going to call the Parks Department? Who do they actually call when a mural has been vandalized and needs to be restored or cleaned up? And if you don't know yet, that's a fair answer too. If you need more time to figure that out, that's fair. I don't want any inaccurate information out there. I just want to know how we would actually practically put this in effect.
Sure, Councilmember. Thank you for the question. Brian Barr, Director of General Services. General Services has been given responsibility of maintaining the city's artwork, including the murals. So when it comes to first point of contact, that's General Services. How the city can contact us will be through the Fresno system. We will also set up periodic inspections to go out there, make sure that the artwork is intact. If it's not, we'll coordinate how we respond to said damage, vandalism, whatever.
So for the general public's benefit, all they have to do is report a 311, and then that would be routed to your department, and you'll respond? That's all I needed. Thank you. Motion to approve.
Item 2C, I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second by Council Vice President Karbasi. Any opposition? See none, item passes 7-0. Item 2R is the item to approve the renewal of the Fresno Police Department Annual Military Equipment Use Report. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
I know a part of the list of equipment includes replacing drones, I believe.
That is true, yes, sir.
And when it comes to drone video, is the video footage from the drones public information as it is from the video cameras of police officers?
Typically, it's not recorded. It can be in some cases, but basically, we use the drone footage to get an aerial view of whatever the location is, whether it's a held-up person or we're serving a search warrant, just to gather information to keep the community safe. But yes, if it's an operation, we record that, and that can be open to public records.
So what's your current practice now? I know like the body cams on officers is automatically saved.
Right.
Is the video camera on drones automatically saved too? Is that the standard procedure?
If it is being recorded and used in an operation, yes, it becomes part of that case file.
Got it. And City Attorney, is that video subject to public records request as body cam is?
Under some circumstances, yes. I mean, there might be an exception depending on if it's involving an investigation that's ongoing, prosecution, that sort of thing.
Got it. I know you guys have safeguards for folks not to misuse body cam footage. Are the same safeguards in place for drone footage?
And that's correct. Our biggest issue is police officers forgetting to activate the camera, not so much that they're misusing the cameras for things that they shouldn't be. But you know, these cameras, whenever they're deployed, they typically take a supervisor's authorization. We don't just deploy them for any reason. Obviously, you know, time is of the essence. So we try to get a drone up in a critical incident as quickly as we can, but getting them up in the air for no reason or to spy on somebody is just not something that's been done as far as I can remember.
All right, so you do need a supervisor authorization to make it operational. In cases of actual incidents or cases, the footage is saved and it is responsive to public records requests.
That is correct. As far as I understand, any record that we create, whether it's video or a report, at some point will be subject to public records.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Item 2R, I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second by Council Vice President Karbasi. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. Up next is 2S. This is an item, actions pertaining to requirements contract for off-site hydrogen fuel. This was pulled by Council Vice President Karbasi.
Good afternoon, Council. Council Vice President, I don't know if you want us to address the two commenters on the sole source or the no bid contract?
Yes, please, go ahead.
So with me, I've got both Blake Rincon, who's our fleet operations specialist, and Ori Rubukaba. Ori actually is our project administrator, one of them, and he handled the RFP process. So I'll have Ori come up to address that.
Great.
Council members, Ori Rubukaba from Fresno Express. So Fax released a request for information that took place in September of 23. We advertised it for 30 days. In conjunction with the publication, we did release it on a national magazine, Mass Transit, to make sure we got as wide a dissemination as we could. Out of that, we did receive...
Ori, can you get closer to the microphone? I'm having a hard time hearing you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Was it?
Raise the podium.
Okay. So out of that, we ended up receiving 3 proposals, one from H2B2, Linde, and then from Yosemite Clean Energy. We also did a lot of research with the National Renewable Laboratories and some of the FTA research that is out there to make determination as far as the reasonableness for the availability of hydrogen out there and the pricing as well. Out of that, you know, based on our current circumstances, we made the decision that it was in the best interest of the city and the department to move forward with a sole source procurement with H2B2.
Is it possible that when someone read the word sole source, they assumed it meant that there wasn't an RFP and there were a number of candidates?
Right, yeah, because we went through the RFI process, maybe not a traditional procurement for the solicitation of information. And through that, we came to realize the restrictions on our geography and the restrictions as far as where we can get fuel sources from.
Understood.
Thanks, Ori.
All right.
Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you, sir. So that actually was not one of my concerns.
No, I didn't think it
Thank you for
was,
clarifying.
but I wanted to make sure we got that off to the side because that was a little bit of a surprise.
I have some general concerns about this item, not this item, but the issue of...
The technology, absolutely.
Yes.
And I appreciate your heads up last night. That
Right.
was perfect. And in lieu of my friend David over here, I figured this was going to be on the agenda, so I dressed appropriately.
So let's talk in general. So the California Air Resources Board is requiring that we go not just low emissions, but zero emissions by a certain date. That's correct?
Correct.
Okay.
2040.
I have expressed concerns on these issues in general because the technology just isn't necessarily there, from battery capacity to weight, all those issues. So we have electric buses. We've talked about that. The company that we bought them from, they've gone out of business. But this company's been around since 1930, so this is like a premier company.
Yeah, so New Flyer used to be our bus manufacturer. before we switched to Gillick during the pre-BRT period, and then we went to Proterra for the 9 current battery electric. New Flyer's been doing this for a long time. Over 20 years, they've been in the hydrogen market. And to tell you the truth, the hydrogen market, literally when I left the council, the first person to tell me about hydrogen was Oliver Baines, the former council member, who was on the air board at the time, that said, we'll write you a check for however much you want if you buy hydrogen. But there was nowhere to fuel. Right. That was the key. There was no, you can buy all the equipment, all the buses you want. It is a proven technology. AC Transit has been doing hydrogen for over 30 years and actually produces their own hydrogen now at several of their bus yards. But there was nothing here on that spear for the city of Fresno.
Right. So we have 2 buses, or we have 2 buses coming in and potentially
2 buses
more.
coming in.
Okay, so this is talking about $3.5 million, up to $3.5 million on the hydrogen fuel. Mike, and then we're paying for that. This is through Transportation Development Act funds, so these are federal dollars.
These are state dollars.
State dollars.
State dollars.
Okay. Here's my general concern about these items in general. So we are spending a tremendous amount of money on fuel for a handful of buses. For technology, hopefully it's a proven technology, whereas we can use the natural gas buses that are actually replacing our electric buses now, and they're operational and they're reliable. Correct. That's a lot of taxpayer money to spend. I know it's not our direct local tax dollars, but it's our dollars that go to the state and come back.
It is still our local dollars that have flowed up and now flowing back. Absolutely.
What happens if we say no? What if we say we don't want to do this, we don't want to spend this much money? I mean, what can CARB do to us necessarily? Like we have hydrogen, we have electric. Are there any other options?
So again, let me just reiterate, the hydrogen technology is the better of the 2. Right. Okay? Right. And now with this company, H2B2, which was actually recruited here by your own Economic Development Department and the EDC, who have now established a facility where they're actually producing hydrogen in Kerman, and then we'll soon be having a fueling site somewhere in the city of Fresno. They're working on that right now. Okay. So ultimately, for right now, all we're looking at is going to Kerman. They will handle all of the fueling over there. Because for us, the other 2 proposals wanted to basically for us to do storage on site. And for security and other logistical reasons, there's no room at the MSC to have a hydrogen on-site trailer or fueling depot at this point. Right. So that's why this was the better of the choices.
I don't know if it's fair to ask this question, but between the technologies, electric or hydrogen, which one's actually cheaper to initially get involved with, invest in, and then operate?
Neither one of them, to tell you the truth.
That's the issue.
All right, so that's the issue. So on the battery electric side, we went that route because at that time, we still had NEM 2.0. We also had PG&E, who was in a position working with municipalities to say, hey, if you want to do this kind of electric infrastructure, we'll put you toward the front of the line, not the front of the line. We'll put you toward it. You'll be one of our partners, and we will help you through the entire process. And so that's where we were able to do, and I wish Brian Barr should have stayed, because this is all his fault. When he was the assistant director, he was the one who took us down the battery electric pathway, and that's why the battery electric pieces of it are all built out. And now that we've got H2B2, we can now start working on the hydrogen pieces.
Would you suggest, let me put it this way, what happens if we don't, what happens to the $3.5 million if we vote this down today, or we just didn't do this today? Where do those dollars go? Do we keep those dollars for another program in the department, or do they go back to the state of California?
So if we fail to have a place to fuel, then David's going to be writing another story that basically will say, now the department has 11 of these things, right. Even though this is not a lemon. They will have 11 of these vehicles not in operation.
I agree, but better than him writing that we're spending millions of dollars on other vehicles that we've ordered that cost a lot versus natural gas to operate. Well, but we don't have a choice, right?
I don't have a choice. Look, we've got these 2 hydrogen fuel cells that are coming.
Right.
All right, they'll be here. A year ago, May 11th, you all 7-0 with no conversation said, yes, go buy them. on consent, and so we bought them. They're coming. They'll be here, in the next few weeks. So now we need the fuel source, plain and simple. So we have no plans. So on the technology side, there are no more plans at this point. There are no contracts out there, anything, to buy battery electric. We do have money for at least 2 more hydrogen fuel cells in our account right now. And through the Biden administration, they put forth a very large package for hydrogen infrastructure, which we partner with the states. We're one of 12 agencies in the state, the only one in the Valley that's part of this program called ARCHES. And so ARCHES has basically, in effect, moved what we thought was going to be the hydrogen freeway off of I-5, and now squarely will be here in the city of Fresno. So trust me, we are setting this up for the long haul, but right now we are really looking at this fueling source. When you think about it, council member, I don't like the fact that we have to go the 28 miles, but 28 miles is not anything. They take, H2B2 will take care of all the responsibility of fueling. We'll just drive them back and forth. Again, when they move to town, it'll be closer, it'll be much easier to us, because right now, the next few months is nothing but training for us when it comes to these hydrogen fuel cell buses, because the fire department needs time with them, the police department will need time with them. I've got 300 operators that need time to understand this technology, and then we've got 80 mechanics and service workers that also need to understand this technology.
Okay, I don't want to drag this out anymore. I'm going to support this. I just want to make it clear. I remain frustrated that we are forced to embrace technologies that aren't quite ready and very expensive to operate versus natural gas, which could be a lot. It's not zero emission, but it's low emission, and it's efficient, and it's cost effective, and it works.
Yeah, so the guy you probably really want to commiserate with is Brian Barr. As the General Services Department, now with the heavy duty trucks, he had no ramp up. I mean, they were told in August this rule was coming, and December 31st, they were there. So his technology is far behind the scenes. At least, he'll be able to come on our side of the fence and use some of our infrastructure when it comes to charging some of these. But there is none of this kind of technology for some of the equipment that he'll be having out there.
Okay. Thank you. And we have Will Oliver with us. Will, do you want to say anything before? I do have one question real quick if you want to come up.
Again, our attractor, so we also have from H2B2 this young man who used to work for Will and attracted the company so good. He did such a good job on attraction, they ended up hiring him as the local rep. So come on up, Will.
Despite my concerns, Will, when we do this, we're going to be investing in, hopefully they will locate a fueling site in the city of Fresno. That will open up other opportunities for consumers or other people to start having hydrogen vehicles in our community, potentially?
Absolutely. So I think what's unique about this sector and this project in particular is, one, it's the first of its kind in the Valley, one of the first in the state of California. But in that, with first movers like H2B2, it's going to allow for first users to benefit from this renewable fuel. Unlike large-scale utility-grade solar, which benefits a lot of metropolitan agencies and utilities, utility companies, the future solar that's going to supply this project is going to benefit riders, and that's so exciting to us. To make this sector successful, there's 3 prongs: capital, equipment, and offtake. So today is truly a historic day for the Valley, and I think for the state of California to move hydrogen forward.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that, Will. I don't know if my colleagues have any comments with that. I'll make a motion to approve.
For item 2S, I have a motion to approve by Council Vice President Karbasi and a second from Council Member Butterfield. Any objections? Seeing none, item passes 6-0.
Thank you, Director. Thanks, Council.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to unscheduled communication. I have a few cards right here in front of me. If you have not yet filled out a card, please feel free to do so and place it in the basket up front. Up first, I have Layla Darwish. Good afternoon, Layla. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, so this is addressed to the person who shall remain nameless, the person with the Israeli flag when he should be having the American flag, since this is the United States of America, not the United States of Israel. Your logic about protests is the same outrageous logic that Yaakov Fauci in Al-Quds, Jerusalem said when he said, "If I don't steal your house, someone else will steal it." As a veteran, one would think that you, of all people, should know better because the birthplace of America started with a revolution. Then many after that. The Boston Tea Party, Women's Suffrage Parade, Civil Rights Movement, the March on Pentagon against the Vietnam War, Kent State shootings, and the list goes on. Protesting is a fundamental and constitutional right. As a constituent to this city, I am appalled by your erratic behavior. You have been consistent with your lies and hate. You don't realize that your words have consequences that may possibly increase anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Just as it did when the president lied and a 6-year-old Palestinian child in Chicago was stabbed 26 times to his death. Now let's compare Nazi Germany to Israel. Nazi Germany founded on Aryan supremacy. The Israeli occupation founded on Jewish supremacy. Nazi Germany expelled millions from their houses. The Israeli occupation expelled millions from their houses. Nazi Germany put racial groups into ghettos and camps. The Israeli occupation put racial groups into ghettos and camps, e.g. Gaza. Nazi Germany used dehumanizing language and undesirables. The Israeli occupation used dehumanizing language for undesirables. Nazi Germany enforced collective punishments. The Israeli occupation enforced collective punishment. Nazi Germany's signature method, gas chambers. The Israeli occupation's signature method, carpet bombing. In the words of Rabbi Eliezer Kashtiel, head of the Beni David Israeli Pre-Military Academy, he said, and quote, "Hitler was a correct man. There he was. His ideology was 100% correct. He was just on the wrong side of history. It is best to be the servant of a Jew. We are surrounded by people with defects. The Arabs actually want to be under occupation because of genetic defects. They are incapable of managing a state." As the Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Dayan stated in 1969, Jewish villages in the place of Arab villages whose names you don't even know, because just like the villages, the geography books containing them no longer exists either. Just like the Nazi regime lusted after oil and wealth of Eastern Europe and viewed Slavic peoples, Gypsies and Jews and other as inferior races as fit for conquering, Zionism is fully committed to expanding into Arab land and subjugating the occult Arab people in the military rule while
Thank you, Layla. Thank you, Layla. Up next is Armando Hernandez. Armando, are you here? Up next is Simone. Hi, Simone, you have 3 minutes.
You guys hear me? Oh, there we go. Okay. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Simone Cranston Rhodes. I'm a resident of Fresno. My family's lived here in District 1 for the past 4 generations. I'm here on behalf of more than 50,000 workers represented by SEIU, Local 521, and hundreds who are organizing at Clinica Sierra Vista in downtown Fresno. We have reached out to Mayor Dyer and have requested to hear back from you. It's been more than 2 weeks since we sent out this request, and we are asking for you to get back to us and let us know when your availability is. Thank you.
Thank you, Simone. Up next, we have Olia. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, City Council members and staff. My name is Elvia, and I'm here with my son, Yovico. I was here earlier this morning as the City of Fresno adopted a proclamation for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. I am Mixteca. I am a proud Indigenous woman, mother, and community member. It's undoubtedly hypocritical for the city to adopt a proclamation of a dark time in our history without acknowledging the current genocide happening in Gaza. Palestinian children, mothers, and men are dying in the hands of the Israeli government, who is directly funded by our country. You cannot ignore the embedded racist history of this country, and yes, even in our community in Fresno. The current attack against the 3 women this past week only highlights the need for a formal stance by the city of Fresno. I am here today speaking as a mother. I cannot imagine the everyday life of any Palestinian mother who don't know if they will lose their children due to airstrikes or hunger. You cannot bear witness to this injustice. You cannot turn a blind eye. You have a responsibility to your constituents and the responsibility as a global citizen to make a stance. Be on the right side of history. We demand a permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Braden. Braden Grunley. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm appalled by the incident that occurred at Tower District this past Saturday. Those 3 women that were assaulted are my friends. We, the community of Fresno, condemn this assault, this hate crime, and ask the city to make an example of the attacker. I am here to show my support and solidarity and express the community's concern. We, the community, do not feel safe knowing this man, this assailant, is out there. This attacker is a racist and vile person and is a danger to everyone. He's a threat to any person of color, any person of the LGBTQ+ community, anyone of any minority. Fresno is a melting pot of diversity, and you, as our representatives, have a duty to protect us and represent us. We ask the District Attorney Schmidt-Camp to pursue full hate crime charges. It should also be noted that the unfazed reaction of this council when Councilmember Gary Bredefeld was allowed to espouse similar biased and hateful views towards pro-Palestinians, very similar to the perpetrator from Porch Fest. This should not be allowed. It is concerning that he was allowed to do this for 7 minutes, attacking our youth and students. This council says it condemns hate speech, then start right here in these very chambers. Hold leaders accountable for fostering hate in our community. We echo the public statement of Police Chief Balderrama that this attack was indeed a hate crime. We urge the city of Fresno to use the full extent of the law to bring justice to my friends and get this dangerous man off the streets of our city.
Thank you, Braden. Up next, Lethal. You have 3 minutes, Lethal.
Grazie. I'm going to keep it pretty brief here. So, Bredefeld, what's up, baby? Carbasi, you have demonized and dehumanized Fresno's pro-Palestine community. This is fuel for racists to feel comfortable spewing their hate. I'd like to see the rest of council have a talk with these fools. I mean, there's enough brown faces up there to tell your colleagues to quit that shit. There's no room for that in Fresno. There's enough of it going around as it is, but not to our Palestinian community. I'm not gonna sit here and ask for a ceasefire and all that shit because half of you guys were at the Israeli flag raising. It's heavy. You guys give me a very heavy, educated by Fresno Unified vibes because this has been going on for 70 years, this settlement. And you guys don't have the sense in your head to denounce it. I don't know who's in charge of this, but Annalisa, a lot of people would like for you to honor public comment, and the public does have a right to free speech. I've been doing council for about 3-4 years, and it typically is in the 10 o'clock hour. I don't know why it's been pushed back. A lot of us feel it's because you're trying to get us tired so that we just leave and then we don't get to say what we say. Either way, we don't feel like you guys care about hearing us. I'm gonna leave it at that. Let me see them roots, baby. Nice, nice.
Thank you, Lethal. Up next is Brandy. Hi, Brandy, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, yes, please. I am speaking on behalf of several people, including the beautiful people that were unfortunate, my friends that were attacked at the peaceful protest, of a peaceful porch fest. It wasn't a protest, it was a beautiful day, and so I'm going to see what to say. We want to address Bradfield's hate speech. The verbiage, the language, his description of the pro-Palestinian protesters is dehumanizing. It has created an unsafe environment by encouraging and emboldening those with hateful intentions. This is something we've been addressing with the council for months. Now we are here with members of our community who are victims of a hate crime, who was espousing the same Zionist lies Bradfield uses. Throughout the United States, we have seen the brutalization of those standing against genocide. They are met with violence because the hateful rhetoric being circulated about them. We want to end the genocide. We want to hold Gary Bradfield and Mike Krabasi accountable for their past comments. That's from one of the people who unfortunately was a victim of a hate crime. Another person told me, you make comments that people in your district feel unsafe, but it is us have been victimized with physical violence, racist, bigoted dogma, and psychological trauma. Anyone who stays silent on Palestine has only proved the way for the normalization of hate crimes like these. Being a person in a leadership position and using it to further endanger local Fresno residents should be something that you're held accountable for. It is the very reason that people feel so emboldened to commit hate crimes. This is not the first hate crime against our community in Fresno. 2 organizers had a gun pulled on them by someone who is anti-Palestine. Krabasi and Bradfield, your inflammatory lies is what makes people believe that they should be scared. Someone else said the same thing, that they were attacked. Someone pointed a gun. And I want to mention that this also it brings a concern about students around the nation and my fellow students at Fresno State. I've seen with this hate speech as well as gross misinformation that's being spoken, I've seen across many groups, including Jewish students, coming together in community. Some I know have already been attacked, who have, from the depths of, are there because from the depths of humanity, have seen the atrocities, unexplainable atrocities day after day, and are demanding that stops, including some people who have lost family members, someone whose aunt died because she could not get medical care. I asked the council members to hold, I asked the council members to hold racist council members accountable and to take action and stand against the harmful speech and stand with the ceasefire resolution and to ensure that our community is safe is here as well as for our Fresno State students and those around. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Those are all the public comment cards I have here in the chambers. So, City Clerk, do we have anyone on Zoom who wishes to provide public comment?
First up, James.
Hi, this is James Rellis. I was there earlier today.
Hi, James.
All right, when does my time start?
You can go ahead.
All right, so I was there earlier, and I left a book for Gary. I hope you got that. Luis was supposed to hand that to you. I wanted to give you a little bit of, because Gary went on for 7 minutes, I wanted to kind of give my take on this, because as an American, as a Mexican American, I couldn't really understand the problem. So for me, I started looking at land, and I was looking at manifest destiny and how we have gone from 13 colonies to, gosh, now 50, and how that was acquired. And then I started thinking, like, that was manifest destiny. We had a God-given right to take this land, and that's what we were told. And then I started thinking about Israel and how nobody wanted the Jews from Russia or Poland or anywhere, really. They were just the disparate. And the Jewish religion is a beautiful religion. And I think what happens is we conflate Judaism and Zionism, it becomes dangerous. And I think that's the crux of what we're talking about right now. If we want to use anti-Semitic tropes, The establishment of Israel was a forced prophecy with the Balfour Declaration. You're talking about having land that is given to you from another person to create a state, which is fine because that's what we did in America. But now we're looking at a genocide. I don't know if you guys see it or hear it or know, we just honored Indigenous people, right? I don't square that circle for me, please. We're talking about Zionism versus Judaism. We're talking about manifest destiny versus Israel's right to exist, to be there in the first place. Israel is there and will be there. We are just asking for peaceful neighbors. That's all they wanted. They went from a 52-48 to it looks like 80-20 now. How different is that from the colonizers that we were to what they are now? And it's going to be hand waved away as liberal propaganda and communism. And if you just look at it like a human being, you could actually see that there are people that we had killed through the Trail of Tears. It's very similar to the 1948 Nakba. And if you guys don't understand it or can't see it, I understand it. Took me a long time to understand it. It took me to take my pride away and see what was actually happening, to see people, to see them hurt, hungry.
Thank you, James. Next, we have Hashid.
Permission to speak? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Dear Fresno City Council, as a long-time Fresno resident, raised all throughout the city, having lived in the 93722, 93728, 726, 701, 702, and 703 zip codes, respectively, districts 1, 4, 5, and 7, I am appalled and disgusted by the city's lack of accountability in regards to the safety of our residents that exercise the freedom of speech. In particular, how the citizens in the Tower District at Fort Fest were attacked, and the delayed response and hate speech that enables perpetrators such as Francisco Samaniego, who attacked our beloved community members. No woman should have to fear for their safety due to their guaranteed First Amendment rights to freedom of speech and to exercise the freedom of religion. There are members that sit on your council at this time that continue to spout language that enables domestic abusers and aggressors such as Mr. Samaniego this past weekend. And this hate speech continues to go unchecked, not moderated in the proper manner. We are calling on our council to cut short any type of speech from their colleagues that continues to manifest hatred, enables genocide to continue as they are bought and paid for by special interests, foreign ones at that, and continue to divide our city. While we are grateful that the perpetrator was eventually apprehended, the response time was awful. The sister had her property damaged, thrown to the ground into shambles. Her cellular phone, imagine that. I don't know about most of you, however, many of us depend on our cellular phone for work communications. This can affect our livelihoods. Take action to prevent this hate speech from continuing amongst your colleagues so that incidents such as what occurred in the Fort Fest and Tower District do not occur again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lori.
Last month, cities across the nation proclaimed April as Arab American Month. They honored the rich heritage, history, and hopes of the more than 3.5 million Arab Americans across our country who have helped write the American story and move our nation ever forward, embodying the truth that diversity has been and always will be our country's greatest strength. We do not have accurate demographics of Arab Americans in Fresno, as the U.S. Census does not yet have a category for Middle Easterners. And to my dismay, Fresno did not have a proclamation for our Arab Americans this month. They are many immigrants who come to this country's shores with a range of cultures, customs, backgrounds, beliefs, sharing a common courage to start new chapters in an unfamiliar land. As they build their lives, they help build America, often in the face of discrimination and hate, as we have recently seen in our city. This legacy of courage, resilience, and service lives on today in Arab Americans across our country. We see it in the brave Arab American service members and public servants We see it in the Arab American engineers, scientists, and medical professionals. We see it in Arab American business owners. We see it in Arab American teachers and community leaders. And every day, Arab Americans serve others throughout Fresno. They are helping build a stronger, more just nation and city. We must pause to reflect on the pain felt by the Arab community due to the genocide in Palestine and also by the assault that took place this week. The trauma, death, and destruction in Gaza have claimed and continue to claim far too many innocent lives, including relatives of your constituents. They are devastated by the suffering and mourn the lives taken. The community has pleaded with the council for months to recognize this crisis, but you have yet even to consider placing the item on the agenda. America is the only nation in the world founded on an idea that we are all created equal and deserve to be treated equally throughout our lives. We have never fully lived up to that promise. We must recommit to this promise of America by honoring and advancing the dignity, equity, and security of Arab Americans across the city of Fresno. I just wonder why the city did not have a proclamation for Arab American community. I looked, I couldn't find it. I watched the meetings. I didn't see anything. I saw Fresno Unified did something, but what have you done to listen to your constituents, to honor them? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Robert McCloskey.
Thank you. I want to urge the council to support democracy, support people speaking out. It's very disturbing when certain council members, several of them, and I don't want to respond in particular because it's beneath my dignity to respond to these kind of comments, but people are instigating more hate and fear, spreading nonsense. Let's stop doing that. Let's protect all citizens of Fresno, all people that live here, from harassment and intimidation. As you know, several pro-Palestinian advocates were attacked, viciously attacked. This person should be charged with felony hate crimes. It was all about anti-Islam, anti-Muslim, anti-Palestinian sentiment there. We know it exists. We know it's a hate crime to do this kind of thing. Let's protect the people of Fresno. Let's not instigate more serious violence. And that's what several council members are doing. Please stop. We need to have empathy for all on both sides of this issue and not instigate more violence. All the violence instigated at UCLA, for instance, were by students who were not pro-Palestinian. It was outsiders and community members from the other side that got violent. It wasn't the Palestinian village, the pro-Palestinian encampment that did all the violence. That's what the media is not reporting. They keep bringing up outside agitators. Hey, we're all citizens of this country, and we all don't want to see more killing in our name. More money expended on militarism and war. Let's call for peace. Let's join the other cities in calling for a ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire, an immediate humanitarian aid. We need to save the people of Gaza. You will be remembered by your children and grandchildren for what kind of position you took right now. Let's not be the quiet Germans that stood by while the Nazis committed genocide. Let's stop the genocide that's going on now. Your grandkids will remember what you did. Thank you.
Council President, that's all the public comment we have.
Okay, I have one more comment card from Matthew Gillian. You have 3 minutes, Matthew.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's Matthew Gillian, and if anybody's not aware who I am currently here representing myself as a constituent of Councilmember Kia Carbasi's District 2. I did also run against him in the recent council race, and you guys have been taught a lot of things here today about the conflict, the genocide, the war that is going on, so I'm not here to give anybody a history lesson, but obviously some of us aren't aware that our words and our actions have repercussions. So when my council member sends out an attack ad that is draped in racism, those types of things then lend themselves to other residents of this city feeling like they can assault women in broad daylight. Yes, it is your actions and others' lack of actions that lead to things like that. So I'm here, Council President, to ask you, again, if you could please ask your colleague to apologize to the community safety organizations that he denounced, as well as the community safety organizations that he has leveraged his seat against and tried to have me removed from boards that I'm active on, because that does not help our city. All of you sit up there and say that you are about public safety, yet people are attacked every day because of your actions or your lack of action. And I'm just going to end it with this because I do have to go pick my son up from school. Palestine will be free, and if you are not aware of where that is, it is from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea.
Thank you, Matthew. Seeing no additional members who wish to speak, that will conclude the unscheduled communication portion. We are now going to go back into closed session to hear an additional item. City Attorney.
Thank you, Council President. And that item is item B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. We may have reportable items after closed session.
And for everyone joining us via Zoom, the closed session has ended at 3:02 p.m., and there is no reportable action. As such, our meeting has concluded. The time is now 3:04. Thank you for joining us. Our next council meeting will be a special meeting on May 16th for the presentation of the agenda, and then a regular meeting on May 23rd. Thank you.